Are they going to hit civilian targets or only military? What is the scope of the damages? All these will be taken into account when Israel decides to retaliate or not. So by saying measured, I would say, I think the Iranians are really clever in not provoking measured, I would say. I think the Iranians follow this by another attack. What kind of missiles they're gonna use? What they're gonna hit in Israel? What is the toll in Israel? Are civilians gonna be killed or only some, some sites, military sites? We don't know. Until now, we have no ideas about the targets. So
right,
once
because the analysis is that the drones can take 8 or 9 hours to actually arrive to Israel. What about, let's talk about actually the UK Prime Minister, who came out very quickly and condemned the Iranian attack on Israel. And we understand that President Biden will be giving an address to the nation at some point, we believe in the next few hours. This condemnation by the United Kingdom, we didn't see that condemnation when Israel struck that Iranian consulate in Damascus, killing the 7 commanders. And this, in fact, is the reason why Iran says it carried out this retaliation.
Absolutely. I mean, it's one thing that this is a reflection of the double standards on the part of the Western powers. So on the one hand, they give Israel the free hand. Israel can do whatever they want to. The Israel is going to do whatever they want to do with impunity. But when some other people retaliate, they immediately condemn that. And this is actually create a kind of anti-Western sentiments in this part of the world. But also it gives them ammunition. The Iranians have seen this as a kind of double standard, and that they need to respond to. I mean, actually it contributed into the Iranian decision to respond.
How do you think this is going to impact the war on Gaza?
Well,
with the world's attention now on this,
this is one thing that everybody is speculating about this. I think there will be a little bit kind of a lull, maybe. So it would be a low-intensity warfare until this comes to an end. I don't think that the Israelis have an interest in getting into Rafah, for instance, these days. But also, it all depends on how the Israelis, read the situation. I know some right-wing politicians in the government will see this as an opportunity because the world attention is shifted into Iran, Israeli, and then they can do something probably horrendous in Gaza.
Okay, Hassan Barari, thank you so much for your analysis. Dorsa Jabari, once again, joining us from Tehran. Dorsa, the Iranian mission to the UN has been speaking out. Are you hearing anything from Iranian officials where you are on the ground?
Well, we heard from the Iranian Foreign Minister, Hossein Amir-Abdollahian, who posted on his social media account on X, saying that they have given the necessary warnings to the United States. But I think it's more important now to highlight what we've just seen on X, posted by Iran's permanent mission to the United Nations, possibly providing a window of what is Iran thinking in the coming hours and what they're hoping for following this attack, which continues as we speak towards Israel. Conducted on the strength of Article 51 of the UN Charter pertaining to legitimate defense, Iran's military action was in response to the Zionist regime's aggression against our diplomatic premises in Damascus. The matter can be deemed concluded. However, should the Israeli regime make another mistake, Iran's response will be considerably more severe. It is a conflict between Iran and the rogue Israeli regime from which the U.S. must stay away. I think this is an olive branch being extended by the Iranian officials at the UN, saying that this attack that is happening at the moment is going to be the response that Iran will have to the Israeli act, the strike in its consulate section in Damascus on April 1st, and warning at the same time that the United States should not get directly involved. Any kind of assistance provided to the Israeli military will be seen as direct interference by the United States, and that is something Iran has warned against, saying that this is a conflict between Iran and Israel, and they want it to stay that way. There is no desire for the Iranians to further expand this conflict.
For Iran, Dorsa, we heard over and over again that they felt like they had no choice this time around but to respond to Israel. Despite this having happened before, I mean, it's not the first time that Israel has killed Iranian commanders on Syrian soil.
No, just since October 7th, in Syria alone, 18 Revolutionary Guard members have been killed by Israeli airstrikes alone. Now, that is not even considering Lebanon and also attacks that have happened over the years inside Iran. And of course, this is something Iran felt like was just crossing a red line. The Iranians had said that this was an attack on their own soil, and that the supreme leader said this was something that Israel will be made to feel sorry for. They will be punished. The Iranian officials said that this was an act of war by Israel. And the fact that the international community refused to condemn Israel for this action at the UN Security Council within 24 hours of the attack was really something the Iranians took into consideration when deciding how to respond. Now, according to the Revolutionary Guards, this mission is being called the True Promise, and a statement that they've issued, in it they say that the decision was taken by the Supreme National Security Council of Iran, along with other defense officials, which of course would have to be approved by the commander-in-chief in Iran, that is the supreme leader, Ayatollah Ali Khamenei. This is the first time in Iran's history that the country has taken action against Israel, despite being in this shadow war for over 4 decades since the revolution of 1979 in this country. Certainly, this was something the supreme leader himself would have wanted to avoid at all costs, but not acting or not reacting to Israel's actions would have been very, very costly for Iran. Not only to its proxies in the region would they have seemed weak, but also inside the country. There was a lot of pressure for Iran to respond directly to Israel, because if you recall, in 2020, when the American government carried out a attack that killed Qasem Soleimani in Baghdad, Iran responded by launching 13 missiles towards a U.S. base in Ain al-Assad. They didn't hit anyone. They didn't kill any American soldiers. And that felt like it wasn't a strong enough response, because there was no direct hit to the U.S. forces. It was seen as more a symbolic gesture. This time around, it was felt like they had to provide a stronger response, and launching hundreds of drones and missiles towards Israel is seemingly what they believe to be an appropriate response, and that we've seen from the explanation provided by Iran's mission to the United Nations that this is an act of self-defense.
And Dorsa, what are we learning about these drones that were launched from Iran and their capabilities?
Well, from what we've seen online, they haven't officially announced, the Revolutionary Guard Aerospace Division hasn't officially announced what they've launched, what type of drones they've launched. But from the footage that we've seen on social media, they appear to be the Shahed 136 drones, which have capability of about 185 kilometers per hour. That's the speed. These are drones we've seen used extensively by Russian forces in Ukraine. So we know the kind of damage they're capable of. But of course, they take a while to reach their destination. And of course, from Iran to Tel Aviv is roughly about 1,500 kilometers. This is seen as possibly a deliberate choice by the Iranian military to give the Israeli forces enough time to respond before these drones hit their targets. So this is seen as a possible a way for Iran to both simultaneously achieve two things it needs to do. One, to deliver a response, and second, to not escalate further into a full-on regional war.
Dorsa, thank you so much. I'll have to cross over to Tel Aviv. Thanks, Dorsa, for that reporting from Tehran. Hamda Salhoud joining us from Tel Aviv. Hamda, what are you hearing on your end?
Samir, hi. There is active interceptions happening here in the skies over Tel Aviv. There are sirens ringing all over Israel. There are projectiles flying in the sky, but it is a little bit difficult to point out what it is. There are explosions happening right there up. Our cameraman is getting those shots for you, but there are sirens blaring all over Israel, and it looks like there is air defense that is also coming from the opposite direction as well. Where we're standing, we have not yet heard any sirens just yet, but there are flashing lights. As you can see, active interceptions right now, projectiles here falling from the sky behind these clouds. It's quite an active situation. There have been a lot of updates from Israeli Home Front Command. It's calling on people to go to shelters in specific areas, but there are still a lot of other interceptors that are flying from what looks like the southern part of Tel Aviv here and behind this cloud, which is a little bit difficult to see. But again, these are more interceptors that are coming up and that are being intercepted in the skies right now actively. Sirens blaring out in Tel Aviv in several different locations and additionally all over the country. This is an active situation here. The Israeli army was warning of something like this happening, and in fact, we're preparing for it for several days, if not weeks. They said that they have new capabilities for not only air defense, but also for some sort of retaliation as well. There is a lot that is falling from the sky. At this point in time, we are from a high view, are on a roof kind of lookout. And a lot of these types of projectiles that we saw came from many different areas. Some of them came from the Mediterranean above our heads to behind us, and we can hear some explosions in the distance here. But again, it is hard to tell if these are the drones themselves, if these are other types of projectiles that were launched. But again, the Israeli military is actively intercepting projectiles all over Israel, not just in Tel Aviv, and there are areas all over the country, in fact, specifically in the south near Dimona, where there is a nuclear plant that the Israeli Home Front Command has told people to remain in sheltered and safe areas, meaning bomb shelters, until further notice. But where we are specifically, again, these sirens have not rung, but there are red alerts all over the state of Israel at this time, and these interceptors that are being launched by the Israeli military, again, are threefold. We have the Iron Dome missile defense system, which is the most commonly used in Israel. Then secondly, we have the David Sling, which is for medium to longer range projectiles. And then finally, the Arrow for longer projectiles, ballistic missiles, cruise missiles, and drones. The Israelis have confirmed that at least 100 drones were fired by the Iranians from Iranian territory towards Israel, but it's not really known if all of them have reached, as these sirens are now still blaring all over Israel at local time 1:47. Darine.
Hamda, I'll keep you with me for now. If you need to go at any point, you let me know. And I know that this is sort of a developing story, and you're just trying to gather as much information as you can. But from what you see, is it possible to say where they're being launched from and which areas?
Well, the Israeli interceptors are being launched from military positions. There are Iron Dome batteries and other defense systems that are stationed all over the countries. But we did see some coming off the Mediterranean, coming towards the sea to behind us, which is quite interesting. And these projectiles still in the sky here, as you can see. And there is active air defense happening all over the country there. You could see that was a live interception in the sky radiating, and a lot of this shrapnel is now going to rain down into the areas where they were intercepted. It's quite looks like it's in the distance, but it is quite above us. And the Israeli military, again, did give out guidelines for what to do in situations like this. Though there haven't been sirens in this part of Tel Aviv, you can still see the activity in the sky, and it is quite active. The interceptors are coming from different Israeli military bases, and again, the Iron Dome is stationed in many different locations across the country. But there are also other air defenses that are near other airfields for this type of reason specifically, and the Israeli army said that they would deploy those resources when it came to a situation like this. The Israeli army has never been faced with this type of weaponry that has entered its airspace, and as a result, they have closed their airspace. They have landed all civilian flights. The airspace is completely closed. There was roars of Israeli fighter jets in the air earlier in the evening, and it's part of this multi-layered defense mechanism that they're talking about in order to shoot down these drones and potentially these ballistic, perhaps cruise missiles that are also coming towards Israeli airspace.
Hamda, we're also hearing, and this is according to the AP news agency, and I believe that you were saying this a moment ago as well. So air raid sirens are sounded in Jerusalem as explosions are heard in the skies above. And we're looking at the live picture right now from West Jerusalem. You're speaking to us, though, from Tel Aviv. Talk us through what sort of preparations were being made by the Israeli military in anticipation of an Iranian attack. And do you think that this is what they expected?
Well, the Israelis said that they were prepared for a wide variety of scenarios, and in fact, they were ready for anything that could happen. And just this evening, Home Front Command, that is an extension of the Israeli military, had issued an abundance of new guidelines. In fact, there was a protest going on in Tel Aviv in the evening that the police had shut down because of 11 o'clock this evening. They said that there would be no gatherings of more than 1,000 people. Schools were closed. Different work sectors were closed as well for the next 2 days in anticipation for this attack that they said was imminent. And the Israelis were expecting a response, and that's because of their airstrikes on the Iranian consulate in Damascus on April 1st. They knew they were anticipating this kind of response. Perhaps they didn't know the size and the scale and the type of weaponry that would be used, but nonetheless, a response and a retaliation from the Iranians was promised. The Israelis say that they are partnering with regional allies and additionally the United States and the United Kingdom. In fact, the Israeli army is reporting that several drones were already shot down before they had reached Israeli airspace. You're looking here at more active interceptions that are happening in the sky, and what's falling here is the shrapnel that will land in different areas. Now, where that is happening over, sirens are also ringing. And when that happens, Israeli authorities say for people to go into these protected areas for a minimum of 10 minutes unless told otherwise. They usually get these types of alerts on their phones. But again, all of the GPS and phone type systems are disrupted at this point. But you can just see it in the sky that this is clearly an active situation that the Israeli military is still saying could take hours. They were anticipating these types of drones coming in anywhere, reports indicated, from 2 to 10 hours. So it still looks like it's going to be a long night ahead, as the Israelis say they have defense mechanisms that are stockpiled, they are ready to go, and they are prepared for any type of scenario.
Okay, Hamda, we'll let you go for now. Thank you. We'll bring in Rory Challenge from occupied East Jerusalem. And Rory, can you confirm, just tell us what's happening there, because we're hearing air raid sirens go off in Jerusalem and explosions above the skies. What do you see and hear?
Yeah, exactly that. For the last 10 minutes or so, we've been looking out from the balcony here across the Jerusalem skyline. We've seen a succession of air defense interceptors going up from various points around the city to meet targets in the sky. And then still going on, there's a sort of dull thud going around the skyline across the city as well as interceptions are made. About 10 minutes ago as well, the air raid siren went off, and now the police seem to be going around on the streets in their cars with an announcement going out, which we assume is telling people to go to their nearest air raid shelters as quickly as they can. So this is the situation in Jerusalem at the moment. It seems to be calmer right now, but there could well be another barrage of drones coming in and on the way. We are seeing basically Israel under attack from Iranian projectiles right now.
What sorts of advice or preparations has the government, or, I mean, you were just mentioning the police telling people to go to shelters. What more have they told people to do?
Well, I mean, they've basically been telling people not to panic. They have been issuing various restrictions on movements and things like that. They have told people that they shouldn't be gathering anywhere in Israel in groups larger than 1,000 people. They've been saying that schools, universities, daycare, etc., is going to be closed for the next 2 days. And they have been saying to everyone to listen to the advice for when the air raid sirens go off, to go to those shelters and to take shelter for as long as is necessary. But the advice has been just to sort of take it calmly and not to get too worried about things. The military has been telling people that the air defense systems that Israel have, that's the Iron Dome, that is David Sling, and that's Arrow 2 and 3, are very capable systems designed to deal with multiple types of threats. It's a layered air defense system to deal with rockets, to deal with missiles, ballistic, to deal with missiles that are cruise missiles, and to deal with drones as well. And that is what we're likely to be seeing over the next few minutes and hours as these different waves of projectiles come in. The big test, of course, is for this layered air defense system. Can it cope with an assault of this magnitude? Because this is not something that Israel has faced before on this scale. It has its assistance coming from the United States, providing overwatch, providing electronic jamming, electronic warfare, and shooting down projectiles before they even get to Israeli airspace. But this, as I say, is a test that Israel has not faced before on this scale.
Rory, it's Darren Jordan here. I've just taken over from Dareen, so you're with me now for the next few hours. For those viewers, Rory, who are just joining Al Jazeera now to take in this developing story as it's happening, talk us through again what you're hearing from Israeli Army radio, from officials there, about the incoming drones, because we're hearing, as you've been telling us throughout the evening, it may also include different air threats like missiles as well.
Yeah, so the first that we heard was that a barrage of dozens of Iranian drones have been launched from Iranian territory. Now, what we know about the Iranian drones in use are that they are the Shahed 136. Now, this has been used extensively by the Russians, bought from the Iranians. It's been used by the Russians in Ukraine. The 136 has a warhead of 50 kilograms, so it's not huge, but it's certainly not insignificant. It can do quite some damage when it actually reaches its target. But the way that these drones are used as they're used as a kind of saturation tool, you might not get many through, but it will exhaust the air defense systems, certainly of the Ukrainians' air defenses, which are nowhere near as capable as the Israeli ones. And that's when the Russians, certainly in Ukraine, use their cruise missiles and their ballistic missiles. Once the drones have exhausted air defense, then those missiles can hit their targets more easily. This is a difference in number. They've got a web, a net that's been built up over many years, layering different types of air defense on top of each other. But we understand that there are cruise missiles on the way as well, and also that Hezbollah in Lebanon has been launching rockets into the Golan Heights, that the Houthis have been launching drones too. So this is a multi-phased, multi-pronged attack on Israel with numerous different types of aerial threat, and that's the big test.
Yeah, Rory, and tell us a bit more for those viewers who are just joining us now about the military and air defense preparations that Israel's been making over the last week or so, because Israel knew this was coming, and Israel, of course, is very technologically advanced in its air defense capabilities, as you've been telling us.
Well, yeah, Israel knew something was coming. They didn't know exactly what it was going to be, so they had to prepare for whatever Iran chose to throw at it. And so in the immediate days after that strike on the Iranian complex in Damascus that killed several Iranian generals and high-ranking military people, The Israelis basically put in place numerous preparations. So they cancelled leave for all combat units, basically telling any ground force that was in its position at that time that they couldn't go home, they couldn't leave their post, they could be redeployed to wherever they needed to be, but going on leave, absolutely not. So that indicated that the Israelis wanted to be prepared not just for something coming from the sky, but also for any kind of incursion on the ground as well, which I assume they probably meant was going to be most likely coming from Hezbollah in the north across the Lebanese border. They also called up air defence reservists, of course, for what we're seeing playing out at the moment, because that was always going to be the most likely thing. But then there was also the threat to Israeli diplomatic compounds and embassies and consulates around the world, so they were put on high alert too. And then there was jamming, so they did jamming of GPS systems around the country. We've seen a lot more of that going on over the last few hours as well. Electronic warfare being used in a fairly major way to try and disrupt the drones as they come in. So these are the kind of things that Israel put into place to try and prepare for this. But then, of course, the Americans came to liaise. We had the general of Central Command. I think you might be able to see there's another interceptor going off. It's very far in the distance there, so maybe it's too far away for the camera to pick out. But there was another interceptor going up there, so obviously the threats are still coming in. Yeah, as I was saying, the Americans were here. The general in charge of U.S. Central Command was here to liaise with the Israelis and build up their kind of intelligence picture of what might be coming. So these are the kind of things that Israel has been doing, and the government has been insisting to people that the country is as prepared as it could possibly be, but warning them that air defence is not infallible. However competent it is, something might well get through.
All right, Rory Challenge there, live for us in occupied East Jerusalem. Rory, we'll no doubt come back to you a little bit later. For our viewers just joining us here, it's just gone past 2300 GMT. We're bringing you continuing coverage of Iran launching its retaliatory attack on Israel. Iran's Revolutionary Guards have launched its first wave of missiles, as you've been seeing on our screens. Air raid sirens, as Rory was telling us there in occupied East Jerusalem, are sounding, and rockets have been intercepted above cities across Israel, including Tel Aviv and West Jerusalem. A senior U.S. official has told the American media they believe as many as 400 to 500 drones and missiles will be launched towards Israeli territory. Well, Tehran says it's a response to Israel's bombing of the Iranian consulate in Damascus in Syria. Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu is meeting with his war cabinet in Tel Aviv. Israeli combat planes are also in the air now as we speak. Israeli officials say the response will be firm and clear and have called Iran's attack a severe and dangerous escalation. Meanwhile, US President Joe Biden has rushed back to Washington. He's currently monitoring the situation with his national security team at the White House. Well, Jordan, Iraq, Lebanon and Israel have all temporarily closed their airspace. Here's a diagram of all that. It comes after early reports of interference with the GPS navigation systems. Well, we have a team of correspondents covering the story. We start in Tehran with Dorsa Jabari. Dorsa, so we've just had this statement on X, haven't we, by the Iranians saying this is their only response and consider the matter concluded and they don't want a widening of the conflict. What should we make of that response and how significant is it, Dorsa?
Well, Darren, I think this is first a explanation being provided by Iran's permanent mission to the world, invoking Article 51 of the UN Charter, which states the country's right to self-defense, but also saying that the matter is concluded, hinting that should there be any further escalation, it is on the part of the Israelis that it would come, and also warning the United States that they should stay away from this conflict, that this is between Israel and Iran, and that they should not get involved. So a few things to take away from this post on X by Iran's permanent mission. Certainly from what we've been hearing over the past few hours, first, the Iranian Revolutionary Guard, who are carrying out this attack against Israel, calling this mission a true promise, that is the name of it. They say that they've launched drones and missiles towards Israel as a result of their aggression, and that this decision was made by Iran's Supreme National Security Council, which convened shortly after that attack on Iran's consulate section in Damascus that killed 7 Revolutionary Guard officials, including Brigadier General Mohammad Reza Zahedi, one of the inner officials within the country's establishment. But of course, this wasn't the only incident that led to what we're seeing tonight, that attack on Iran's consulate section, which Iranians called an act of war by Israel, a declaration of war, but also an attack on Iran's soil. The Iranian Supreme Leader Ayatollah Ali Khamenei had warned repeatedly over the past 12 days since that attack took place that Iran will respond decisively and that it will be Israel will be made to regret what they did. Israeli forces have carried out strikes in Syria since October 7th repeatedly and killed 18 Revolutionary Guard officials since then alone. But of course, that is not the only time that they've targeted senior Iranian officials. We saw a number of attacks on nuclear scientists in Iran over the past decade, with the last one, high-ranking Fakhrizadeh was assassinated in Tehran, and Iran blamed Israel for that attack. But Iran didn't directly target Israel until tonight. This is the first time in the country's history that Iran has taken such a decisive action, but it seems to be fairly limited. First of all, there was communication back and forth between Iran and the United States, Iranian officials making it very clear that they don't want a full-on confrontation with the West, and that what they're going to do is have a precise and limited action against Israel, and that the Iranian foreign minister just tonight posted on his X account that the United States had sufficient warning in advance about what was to come. So there's no surprises about what is happening tonight.
Dorsa, there was a lot of speculation, wasn't there? We were talking to you earlier, particularly coming in from the United States, about when and where the retaliation would take place. But Iran remained pretty silent about how they would respond. So was this specific kind of attack expected? Because they've even given it a name, haven't they, for the operation?
Yes, True Promise is the name. And they did say that this was coming without specifying exactly what kind of an attack would take place. It was noteworthy over the past 10 days or so. We didn't hear a lot from the high-ranking officials about what kind of a response specifically Iran would have for Israel. There was generic statements made, but there was very little comments made by, for example, the head of the Revolutionary Guard or the defense minister or the head of Iran's Revolutionary Guard Aerospace Division, who is in charge of the events happening tonight. What is clear is that Iran was very careful about what they were going to do. This was a very much calculated response because took them so long to actually do. Many people here were doubting whether or not there will be a direct response from Iran. Many believe that the Iranian proxies in the region, in Iraq, in Lebanon, in Yemen, would be the ones to respond to Israel. But Iran has decided now this is a very critical point in this country's history and relationship, or lack thereof, with one of its longest adversaries, that is Israel. And so they felt that this was a necessary step to not only show the strength of the Iranian military machine, but also as a deterrence for Israel to further prevent these kinds of attack against Iranian officials.
Dorsa, as we're talking to you, we're seeing some of those earlier pictures of those explosions being heard throughout Israel, some of the missiles and drones being intercepted. So for our viewers who are just joining us, that's what they're seeing in those boxes outside of you and I talking. And for the viewers who are just joining us now, remind them why Iran had to respond in this way, because Iran saw the Damascus attack as a direct assault on its sovereignty, on its territory. Did they have no option but to respond in this way?
Well, many here believe that they didn't. If they didn't directly respond to Israel, this kind of behavior by Netanyahu's government and the military in Israel would continue. There's been targeted assassinations of Iranian officials, not only in Syria, Lebanon, but also inside Iran. There's been a number of nuclear scientists who have been assassinated inside the country, and Iran has repeatedly blamed Israel for them. Now, this is something that the Iranians have never considered until now, but it seems that an attack in Damascus was the final straw for the Iranians. And of course, we have to remember that this country's history, the long war that it was engaged in with Iraq 8 years after the revolution happened here in 1979. The war began in 1980 and lasted until 1988. It was devastating for this country. And the supreme leader that is now in power since 1989, he's the commander-in-chief of the country's armed forces, had a very difficult decision to make. This was not something that was taken lightly by Ayatollah Ali Khamenei, because to engage with direct conflict with Israel is something nobody here wants or wanted. But I think the officials felt there was no other option. If they use proxies in the region, they will be made to look weak, because they had said that they don't have direct say of what those proxies do. So they felt this was the time for them to step up. There has been rhetoric for the past 45 years in Iran between what the Iranians feel Israel is doing in Palestine and how Iran will respond to the aggression that has continued against the Palestinian population. So I have to tell you, these scenes that we're seeing tonight are extremely unprecedented. I think many Iranians, when they wake up on Sunday morning, will be utterly shocked that Iran has actually taken this decision to launch direct attacks from Iran towards Israel. These are threats that we've heard over and over again over the past 4 decades. But to see the scenes over Jerusalem and Tel Aviv are something many here never imagined they would see.
All right, Jorsa Jabari there reporting live for us from the Iranian capital, Tehran. As we're looking at some of those earlier pictures of those interceptions, we understand there have been explosions and interceptions throughout, across Israel, against these Iranian missiles and drones as they're being intercepted. So those are some of the pictures you're seeing on your screen now. Let's bring in Sean Bell. He's a military analyst and a retired Air Vice Marshal. He joins us live from Birmingham in the UK. Sean, thank you very much for being with us. Give us first your response then to this retaliation we're seeing tonight against Israel. And how surprised are you that Iran used a direct attack rather than its proxies? Because that's significant, isn't it?
Yeah, good evening, Darren. It is significant. I don't think many people are surprised. I think, as your correspondents quite rightly have been saying, you know, when Israel chose to mount an attack onto the consulate in Syria, the Iranian consulate, on the 1st of April, killing 13 people, including a senior military commander, that they must have expected there was going to be some sort of retaliation. I think what's been interesting, first of all, is how long it's taken for Iran to find the right response. And also, I think Iran finds itself on the horns of a dilemma. As many of your previous correspondents have been saying, Iran does not want to get involved in a war, but it has to protect its reputation. And it certainly doesn't want to see any retaliation as being an excuse for Israel and potentially America to start attacking Iran, particularly its nuclear weapons program, because ultimately it's not if, it's when Iran finally develops nuclear weapons. That will be the ultimate deterrent for nations like Israel and the US, and it will not want to see those get lost. So I don't think anybody's surprised at the level of the attack. I think what we're all looking for at the moment is whether or not they are military targets, maybe government targets, whether there have been telephone warnings to advise to try and minimize the number of casualties, and whether or not actually this is a single wave of attacks. I think what's other thing you're seeing on your pictures, I would remind viewers that at the moment, the Iron Dome and systems like that are only really useful against drones. And it does seem to be that Iran has coordinated a series of attacks, potentially even Hamas firing rockets, but certainly Hezbollah firing rockets, and with the Houthis also attacking in the Red Sea. This is a very, very well coordinated series of attacks by Iran, trying to make a clear point to Israel.
Yeah, Sean, let's just stick with the issue of the drones. What do we know then about these Shahed drones that are now coming in over Israel and being intercepted? I mean, their range, their speed, their warheads, their payloads, etc. Because we know that they've also been used by the Russians in the war with Ukraine.
Yes, I mean, from a military perspective, they're not that capable. I mean, they're about the same speed as a car. They do about up to 140 miles an hour. They have got long endurance. They can travel hundreds of miles, and they can be quite carefully programmed. They've got a relatively small warhead, 50 kilograms, but that will still do a lot of damage on the ground. But they're really more terror weapons than anything else. The huge advantage is that these things are probably only about $20,000 a time, whereas most of the cruise and ballistic missiles, you're talking about $1 million, $2 million a time. So the great thing about drones is that you can afford quantity, and sort of quantity has a quality all of its own, because you can actually start to deluge air defenses, and that's what these weapons are trying to do. They're a terror weapon more than actually physically be able to do material damage, but they are, as you said, very widely being used out in by the Russians against Ukraine targets, because it forces air defense systems to operate against them, sucking up expensive air defense missiles, and therefore creating potentially the pathway through for cruise missiles and the ballistic missiles, which are much more expensive, travel a lot faster, a lot more capable, but obviously are limited supplies and very expensive.
Yeah, let's just get a final thought from you, Sean, and stay with that issue of the Iranian strategy here. You were saying it's to overwhelm, is it to overwhelm Israel's multi-layered air defense system, and by using other aerial assets like missiles, cruise missiles, ballistic missiles, in effect, the attack itself is multi-layered as well?
The attack will certainly be multi-layered. I mean, there's no point firing one missile and having it shot down out of the sky by the very careful, very high-tech Israel air defense systems. That would appear that Iran was not strong. It wouldn't be seen as a robust response. So it would have to have considered a multi-wave attack. But Iran would have been well aware that most of the drones will get shot down. It's more a question of where the main missile strikes. But my overwhelming sense of this, though, is that Israel must have known when it attacked that consulate on the 1st of April that there would trigger some sort of response like this. And despite America asking Iran for a measured response, telling them not to respond, Iran probably had no choice. So the real question is, what was Israel seeking to achieve with those attacks on the 1st of April? And is this part of a carefully coordinated plan? Because Israel's made no secret of the fact that, having dealt with Hamas, it wanted to deal with Hezbollah next, and this attack by Iran might well give Israel license to have a go after Hezbollah next.
All right, Sean Bell, live for us there from Birmingham in the UK. Sean Bell, a military analyst and retired Air Vice Marshal. Thank you very much indeed for your time and your analysis. Let's go back to Rory Challens. He joins us live from occupied East Jerusalem. Rory, so just talk us through now what you're seeing and hearing. You're there in occupied East Jerusalem. You've been hearing these explosions, seeing these interceptions. Tell us what you're seeing. Tell us a bit more, Rory.
Well, there have been extraordinary scenes, I have to say, over the skies of Jerusalem this evening. Just a half an hour ago, it looks calm now. It is calm, but just 30 or so minutes ago, the sky behind me was lit up with, well, I mean, what looked from here like slow-moving fireworks arching into the sky, which were interceptors launched by Israeli air defense all around the city, rising up to meet the threat of Iranian drones coming in, perhaps cruise missiles. We don't know exactly what the targets up in the sky were. But this is unprecedented, an Iranian drone and missile attack coming into the main cities of Israel, and an attack from Iran on Israeli territory itself, of the launching of dozens, if not hundreds, of drones. We understand that several waves have been launched from Iran, and it's possible that what I saw in the skies just a few minutes ago was only the first of those waves coming in. There might well be more. The Israeli government is saying that the battle is not over. what he was meaning by that, the Israeli spokesperson, government spokesperson, was that Israel is going to be launching its own response. So lots of questions, because we are in uncharted territory at the moment. Those questions are, how many more of these projectiles, missiles and drones launched from Iran, launched from Hezbollah, launched from the Houthis, are going to be making their way to Israel? How many of them are going to be getting through? We understand at the moment, we only know of one actual ground detonation down in the Negev deserts, injuring a Bedouin boy. What is Israel's response going to be? These are the big questions that are going to be answered only as we go through the night and then into the days to come.
Yeah, Rory, you touched briefly there on a possible target there near the Negev desert. Is there any indication yet as to what the targets are and where these drones and missiles might be landing? And presumably, I mean, they won't be going for civilian targets.
Well, that's the assumption, but it can't be a given, because as we've seen, there have been targets seemingly selected in Jerusalem itself, or at least the drones or the missiles were passing over here and being intercepted over here. So we can't assume that civilian targets haven't been chosen. It is more likely that the Iranians are going for military targets. That, I think, is the main assumption from the Israeli military planners and from the Americans who've been assisting them in their overwatch, in their intelligence, in their electronic warfare, and also with planes up in the skies, not just over Israel itself, but over Jordan and around the region, trying to intercept these threats as they come in. We understand that the British have had planes up as well, and the French has been assisting with its navy. So Israel has assistance from various parties, various countries and allies. It's had assistance from the Jordanians as well, who've been shooting down these drones as they've been passing over. It seems, for the moment, like the threat is being dealt with, but no air defence system is 100%, and there will always be things that get through.
Rory, just a final thought to you. I mean, you're saying now that things have calmed down somewhat there where you are in occupied East Jerusalem. What is the Israeli public, Rory, being told? I mean, we know that schools have been closed, the airport's closed, air raid shelters have been reopened. How are ordinary citizens being prepared as the country's on high alert?
Well, the country's been waiting for this for more than a week. So I think everyone has sort of accepted that something is coming, something has been imminent, and they have been told various things that they should do, various things that they shouldn't do by the government. They've been told not to panic because governments are always very keen to avoid that kind of hysteria breaking out on the streets with people running hither and thither and causing all sorts of chaos. They didn't want that to happen, but they did want people to have the knowledge of where the nearest air raid shelter was, and to make sure that it wasn't locked or that the pathway to it wasn't obstructed, those kinds of things. But then, of course, the government has been putting into place, as this attack seems to be getting more and more imminent, this evening, the government put into place these extra restrictions on gathering people, gathering in crowds more than 1,000. That disrupted an anti-government protest that was taking place in Tel Aviv earlier on this evening. And schools, as you say, are being shut for the next 2 days. Daycare, universities, any kind of educational establishment are basically shutting its doors, doing any kind of teaching online. These are the kinds of things that the Israeli public have been told to prepare for, and the rules that they have to obey.
All right, Rory Challen's live for us there in occupied East Jerusalem. Rory, thank you. And for those viewers who are just joining us now, we're seeing some earlier pictures there of those Iranian drones being intercepted over various parts of Israel. Those are the pictures that you're seeing on your screen now. Rory's been telling us that there have been interceptions across Israel tonight. So they're just some of the earlier pictures. But Rory was telling us there from occupied East Jerusalem that it seems to have quietened down, certainly in Jerusalem for now. That may be just the fact that it's the first of many waves. But for now, Rory is saying the threat seems to have dissipated over Jerusalem. Let's bring in Hamda Salut. She's in Tel Aviv and was earlier at an anti-government rally there. Hamda, events have moved swiftly tonight, haven't they, with this Iranian response? We came to you earlier and you were telling us about explosions and interceptions with the air defense system. What are you seeing and hearing now, Hamda?
Well, now it is seeming like this has passed at least the first wave of it, but the Israelis have said that this is not over. There were initial reports in the evening of a second.
দেখি মামুনি তাকাও তাকাও দেখি
এগুলো তো আমার আছে আমার ট্রাইসাইকেল চাই
ট্রাইসাইকেল না নিলে কি হয়
আমি তো কোনো দুষ্টুমি করিনি মোবাইলও দেখিনি আমার ট্রাইসাইকেলই চাই
মা দেখো তো এটা পছন্দ হয় কিনা
ওয়াও জিমেঞ্জলের ট্রাইসাইকেল থ্যাংক ইউ বাবা
জিম এন্ড জলি শিশুর বিকাশের সঙ্গী
Used for air defense, and that includes fighter jets. But it was interesting to see some of these interceptors and some of these drones and missiles potentially coming in from all different directions, some of them coming in from the sea, which we have never seen before, especially in conflicts with Israel. And when it comes to Lebanon, when it comes to Gaza, we've never seen these type of projectiles or interceptors come from the direction of the sea heading south. Now, the Israelis have said that they have had new mechanisms not only for intercepting, but also saying that they are going to respond and that they have new capabilities and measures for whatever that response is going to be against the Iranians. While the Iranians have said that their mission is now over, that is simply not the case for the Israelis, who have been essentially bracing for this impact since April 1st, since those Israeli airstrikes hit the Iranian consulate in Damascus on April 1st. They said it was a red line. The Israelis never even admitted to striking the Iranian consulate. I will remind you, they typically never comment on their military activity in Syria. You can hear those fighter jets still roaring above us as we speak. But the Israelis have said that they're no longer just on the defensive, that they're actively pursuing enemy targets wherever they are, whether it's Beirut, whether it's Damascus, whether it's anywhere else in the Middle East, and that could mean Iran. Now, there are several places throughout Israel that the Israelis are saying that people should continue to shelter in place. There are some things flying in the sky here. We believe there are F-16 fighter jets, and that is additionally because the Israeli army said that fighter jets would be in the skies of Israel for the entirety of the evening while the airspace was closed as part of their air defense mechanism. The Israeli army says they were prepared for a wide variety of scenarios, prepared for anything that might come. And the continuation we see of activity in the sky here in Tel Aviv as the Israelis perhaps bracing for something else that is next. While it has been calm for perhaps the last 20 minutes, this is a developing situation. This is an unprecedented situation that has never happened before. We have never seen an attack of this size and scale with quite sophisticated weaponry that have come into Israeli airspace. So the Israelis say they are prepared for a wide variety of scenarios, and while they have issued new types of restrictions, new types of measures, the Home Front Command that is part of the Israeli army saying that there are going to be no large gatherings, schools, daycares, kindergartens, certain types of workplaces would be closed for the next 2 days as they're bracing for perhaps potentially not just what happened this evening, but perhaps also bracing for more. The Israeli army has said from the beginning of the Israel-Hamas war that they knew something else could happen. There's still an active front on Israel's northern border with Hezbollah. They say there is an active front in the southernmost city of Eilat with other types of drones and missiles that have been launched there specifically by the Houthis. is in Yemen, and the Israelis say they are prepared to open up all fronts in the war if they are attacked. And that is seemingly going to be the case, as they say they are going to retaliate against the Iranians for the launch of more than 100 drones and missiles that have been intercepted all over the country tonight.
Yeah, you're in Tel Aviv, Hamda. Are you getting a sense yet of the targets of these drones and missiles, where they're landing, where they're being intercepted, and so on?
It's a little bit hard to say because there are military bases all over the country. Israel's defense ministry, the Kiryat, is in the heart of Tel Aviv. There were reports speculating that that could potentially be a target, but there were more reports from anonymous Israeli officials indicating that the targets would be primarily military targets. And what exactly that means, whether it's air bases, whether it's Iron Dome or air defense battery systems, whether it is artillery positions, perhaps, it's unknown what exactly was being targeted. But the Israeli defense array in the air has intercepted seemingly most of those projectiles. We haven't really had any reports yet of them falling in any sort of open areas. We haven't had reports of damage. There are reports of one injury in the southern part of the country, a 10-year-old child in a Bedouin area. These areas typically do not have these types of bomb shelters or safe rooms that are located in other sorts of Israeli towns and homes that are easily accessible and available. So the Israelis say that while perhaps this part of the evening is over, but the longer game for them is going to be a retaliation. And look, it's still unknown if this part specifically is over. It's unknown if there will be this second and third wave of launches from Iran that was reported that Israeli officials are still perhaps bracing for. But they say, again, that they are prepared for any possible scenario.
All right, Hamda Salute, live for us there in Tel Aviv. Hamda, thank you. Well, as we mentioned, US President Joe Biden has cut a weekend trip short and has returned to Washington, D.C. to consult with his national security team. Let's bring in Heidi Jo Castro. She joins us live from Washington, D.C. So we know that security meeting, Heidi, at the White House has already started. Who's in that meeting and what kind of response then are we likely to expect from Washington? I mean, US officials knew this was coming.
Absolutely. And Biden rushed to the White House today prior to the announcement of the rest of the world learning that Iran had launched these drones. So he did have some heads up, and he is continuing to meet with his National Security Council, which includes the U.S. Secretaries of Defense and of State, the director of the CIA, the National Intelligence Director, the National Security Advisor, just a list of who's the top U.S. officials who say they are working in close coordination with their Israeli counterparts in directing the way that the U.S. is supporting Israel's defense against this Iranian attack. And we just got a statement from a senior U.S. defense official saying that the U.S. will continue to shoot down Iranian-launched drones that have been targeting Israel. So a confirmation that the U.S. has indeed been taking down these Iranian drones. Meanwhile, a spokeswoman for the National Security Council, again, used this word we've heard over and over again coming from the Biden White House, ironclad, to describe the level of support that the U.S. has for Israel's security. And though we're not getting much more detail about what assets the U.S. is deploying to take down these drones and other incoming projectiles from Iran, we are getting some clues from a British official saying that British air jets are now replacing some of the U.S. fighters that have been doing counterterrorism work in Iraq and Syria in order to free up those U.S. fighter jets to now support Israel. In total, there are still tens of thousands of U.S. troops who are deployed in this region, I should remind us. And there's another 1,000 U.S. troops that are en route to the coast of Gaza there to build a humanitarian pier to receive the delivery of food there. But the Pentagon has been moving to even beef up more the presence of U.S. troops in this region, not to mention the USS Eisenhower carrier group, which includes 2 destroyers as well as 9 Air Force squadrons that have all been placed there waiting in anticipation for this moment to arrive. Again, we're not exactly clear which assets were used to take down these Iranian drones, but that response continues as we speak.
Yeah, Heidi, let's just go back to President Biden, because there's some speculation that he knew about this attack. What sort of behind-the-scenes diplomatic warnings or intelligence led Biden to believe that the response would be sooner rather than later?
He certainly hinted at that. He said there was intelligence that he knew of but couldn't get into publicly yesterday when he said those words exactly, that this attack would be coming sooner rather than later. And he told Iran at that time, it was about 24 hours ago now, don't do it. Well, obviously, that advice was disregarded by Iran. But behind the scenes, the U.S. has been, over the last 10 days or so, really ramping up diplomatic pressure, trying to avoid this very moment from occurring, using pressure on third-party countries to try to pressure Iran to back down from its threat. But the fact that this is taking place came as a surprise to no one, given that the U.S. had intelligence that this would be occurring and the many clues and the telegraphing that Iran gave that this moment would arrive.
All right, Heidi Castro, live for us there in Washington, D.C. Heidi, thank you. Well, there's been strong reaction from leaders abroad and the region. The EU's foreign policy chief, Josep Borrell, released the following statement on X. He said the EU strongly condemns the unacceptable Iranian attack against Israel. This is an unprecedented escalation and a grave threat to regional security. Well, the UK has been a firm supporter of Israel. The British Prime Minister, Rishi Sunak, has reacted by saying, "I condemn in the strongest terms the Iranian regime's attack against Israel. Iran has once again demonstrated that it's intent on sowing chaos in its own backyard." The UK will continue to stand up for Israel's security and for all our regional partners, including Jordan and Iraq. Alongside our allies, we're urgently working to stabilize the situation and prevent further escalation. No one wants to see more bloodshed. Well, Ali Khamenei, Iran's supreme leader, has issued a video statement on X. He says the malicious Zionist regime will be punished. Attacking our consulate is like attacking our soil. The malicious regime has made a wrong move in this case. All right, let's bring in David Darosh. He's an associate professor at the National Defense University. He joins us live from Washington, D.C. David, always good to have you with us, particularly on a night like tonight. Give us first, then, your response to Iran's retaliation against Israel. And how surprised are you, David, that Iran used a direct attack rather than via its proxies?
Extremely response. Honestly, I'm amazed you guys are having me on because I got it exactly wrong. I didn't think they'd do this. I think what it shows is two things. The first thing is we say Iran, but we're really talking about the Revolutionary Guard, which increasingly controls the country, and they are very embarrassed. My assessment is that this is not a move in the strategic interest of Iran unless they're able to effectively deter Israel, but it is directed at restoring the prestige and hurt pride of the Revolutionary Guard, which clearly has been penetrated by Israeli intelligence. I'm also a little concerned that if, the Iranians have made a statement from their UN ambassador saying, okay, this is it, we're done. But if their target selection is viewed by Israel as overly provocative, or if they just manage to kill a large number of Israelis, Israel cannot leave this here. So, we're at a very dangerous moment. And, we're not sure what the Iranian intentions are, but the actions they've done in support of their intentions have the potential for leading to this ratcheting escalatory mechanism.
And David, just talk us through what more we know about these Shahed drones that are in the skies over Israel. Many have been shot down. Their range, their speed, their warheads, their payload, etc.
Well, the payload is, let's start with that. That's the interesting part. So the payload is about 50 kilograms. It's about size 2 coffee cans. I've got to handle a few of these. It has copper penetrating plates all around it. It has high explosives, and then it has bits of shrapnel really kind of glued to it in sort of almost an aftermarket looking thing. So it's not really an effective weapon against a hardened military target. It's more of a terror weapon. It's designed to, the copper plates shoot out penetrating jets. So if it hits some sort of machinery like an electric transformer, it will cause some serious damage. And of course, the shrapnel will create damage to vehicles and especially personnel, but it doesn't have the ability to penetrate. The propeller-driven Shahed is very slow-moving. There is a jet version, and at least one channel is reporting that the jet version is being used. That moves faster, but the big challenge is actually tracking these, because most air defense is dependent on radar, and the body of this is fiberglass. It doesn't have much of a radar signature. Paradoxically, if they're using the jet version, you can track that because it has a thermal signature, the heat of the jet engine. It's actually easier for like an aircraft to identify and acquire the Shahed. And if they're on an inertial guidance, they're not being actively steered, which is subject to electric warfare. If they're just being put on a dead reckoning path, if you see them once, you can project where they're going and intercept them either with aircraft or with ground-based systems. But it's still significant, particularly if you've got, hundreds of them coming at you. You can overwhelm anybody with numbers.
Yeah, that's an important point you make, David, because is the Iranian strategy then to overwhelm Israel's multi-layered air defense system? I mean, and also by using other aerial assets like ballistic missiles, cruise missiles. So in effect, the attack itself is multi-layered as well.
Exactly. I think that, when you look at defense, you'd probably divide into one sector looking at low-level defenses, and that would be drones and cruise missiles, and then one looking at ballistic missiles. And obviously, you have different systems for acquiring and intercepting them. With ballistic missiles, you can do that with radar pretty effectively. And systems like Arrow is designed for ballistic missile defense. For the other air breathers, things operating closer to the ground, you need to have different systems, and you can actually effectively interdict them with, aircraft and other means. And of course, overlying all of this is electronic warfare. The accuracy is what makes these things really deadly. If they're going to be hyper accurate, that requires usually some sort of active guidance. And if you can jam the guidance system, which is usually GPS or the Russian version of GPS, probably in this case, then the missiles become inaccurate. Although that creates the possibility of Iran hitting a target that they may not want to hit and inadvertently causing civilian casualties that will necessitate an Israeli response. So it's a very, very dangerous game.
Yeah, let's just talk, if we can, David, about then the calibration of that response, because if the attack is just using drones, the Iranians must have calculated that as they're slower, most will be shot down. So does this then lessen the response threat level, as opposed to if ballistic and cruise missiles are used, then there could be a higher response level from the Israelis? And of course, the damage assessment will show how the Israelis respond to all of this.
That's exactly right. Yeah. It's easier to acquire cruise missiles than drones at a short distance. Given the long range these are attacking, I mean, why would you give an enemy that much time to acquire the target and possibly defeat it? So it seems to indicate that this is sort of a pro forma thing, just to say that we've done it and hope that you don't cause enough damage that the cycle of escalation starts off. So that's there. But with cruise missiles, they move fast. They have more of a heat signature. They have more of a metal signature, but it's hard to acquire them with ground-based radar because of the curvature of the Earth and the low level they fly at. So that creates a greater potential. They also have bigger warheads. And of course, ballistic missiles, extremely expensive to defeat. The technology for defeating them is there, but if there are large numbers of them fired, particularly if they're fired at one point, then you can overwhelm defenses and cause some serious damage. And the warhead is capable of causing serious damage. So, when this is over, there'll be some analysis as to what was targeted and what was targeted with what weapons mix. And that really, I think, is how Israel will determine what Iran's intentions are and what their response needs to be.
Yeah, David, and just remind our viewers then, if you can, talk us through Israel's air defense capabilities. I mean, we hear so much about the Iron Dome system, but of course Israel has many more air defense systems and a multitude of electronic jamming measures as well, don't they?
Yeah, that's exactly right. So I think underlying it all, you'd have electronic warfare. And the purpose of electronic warfare is to defeat any kind of a guided system. Guided system requires some sort of electric link that goes from the aircraft, whether it's a drone or, a missile in some instances, back to somebody that can maneuver it. So if you disrupt that, then the missile is useless as a targeted weapon, although it can still cause damage. It can still land in an apartment building or something that was unintended. The second thing is using GPS, these satellite-aided navigation. It's relatively easy to jam or to block or to even spoof because it's such a weak signal. So that's your second thing. Then you're dealing with weapons that may be just fired on an inertial system where they're fired at a bearing and a distance and they don't have any active guidance. So those are not susceptible to electronic warfare. But the longer those weapons have to travel, the less accurate they become, the greater the chances of them going off course. Then you look at your interception. For ballistic missiles, things like Arrow and Aegis to the U.S. system that intercept at a high level, they acquire the target via radar and hit it at a high level. For cruise missiles and for drones, that's a little bit harder because radar usually can't acquire them, both because they're made out of fiberglass and because they operate lower to the ground. If you have some sort of airborne asset, you can acquire it, particularly if they're on a straight path over a long distance, as these Shaheeds are reported to be. And with the slow-moving ones, they're usually vulnerable to attack by aircraft. It's like hitting a Cessna aircraft with a bullet from a fighter jet. And of course, you can have ground-based short-range air defense systems. The Iron Dome is designed for use against relatively low-tech rockets and artillery rounds coming less sophisticated things. They are effective against drones. And of course, ground-based machine guns, if you have adequate targeting, are effective against drones as well. That's probably more than you want. I apologize for.
No, that's absolutely fine, David. Always good to get your thoughts and your analysis on a night like tonight. And we'll obviously come back to you later on to give us your military analysis of this developing story. David Orosh, there, professor at the National Defense University in Washington. David, thank you. Before we move on, though, let's just recap something. Hamda Salut, our correspondent in Tel Aviv, was saying that there was a young 10-year-old boy who was injured by one of those drones in somewhere near the Negev desert. We understand he's now become the first casualty. So we'll obviously come back to that just a little bit later. But let's just talk to you now about this is what the airspace over the region looks like right now. You can clearly see the areas that planes are avoiding, those big holes in the middle of your screen. We know that Jordan has closed its airspace, Iraq has, Israel has. So those big blank areas in the middle are the airspaces that have been closed down. So that's what you're seeing on this screen from Flight Radar 24. Well, as we were just saying there, Iraq is one of the countries that's closed its airspace for the next couple of days. Al Jazeera's Mohammed Jamjoom is there. He joins us from the capital, Baghdad. Mohammed, so Iraq announced its airspace is closed. What more is being said there by officials in Baghdad?
The only official statement we've gotten from any government entity thus far the last few hours, Darren, is from the Transport Ministry in alignment with the Civil Aviation Authority announcing the closure of the airspace until around 5:30 a.m. But they say that can be extended depending on the security situation going forward. Now, one of the key questions that people in Iraq have had the past few days, as it looked more and more as though Iran was going to be launching this retaliatory attack on Israel, was would this involve any Iranian proxy groups, any Iranian paramilitary groups, armed groups that are linked with Iran or backed by Iran? Of course, you have the Islamic Resistance in Iraq. That is an umbrella group comprising of many of these Iran-aligned and Iran-backed groups. Just yesterday, they issued a statement, this umbrella group, essentially saying that if Israel or the U.S. were to attack Iran or any Iran-allied countries here in the region, that there would be repercussions and that there would be retaliatory strikes from within those groups inside Iraq. Now, thus far, the last few hours, we have not heard any claims of responsibility from any of these groups including Kataib Hezbollah here in Iraq, part of that umbrella group, any of the other groups as well, as far as talking about having participated in Iran's strikes on Israel. We've seen one of those groups, which is Kataib Sayyid al-Shuhada. The head of that group posted on social media expressing support for Iran's attack on Israel, but nothing beyond that. We've not yet heard anything from any Iraqi government officials with regard to these attacks or what they expect to happen in the days to come. And this is all happening at a very interesting time because the Iraqi Prime Minister, Mohammed Shia al-Sudani, left yesterday from Baghdad, heading to Washington, D.C., because he's supposed to meet with U.S. President Joe Biden on Monday to discuss not only bilateral relations between the two countries, but also trying to come up with a timeline to decrease U.S. troop presence in Iraq. Of course, there are around 2,500 U.S. troops in Iraq. There are about 900 U.S. military personnel in Syria. U.S. military assets in Iraq and Syria have many times over the course of the last several months and the last several years come under attack by these Iran-linked groups in Iraq. And in fact, after October 7th, around 170 attacks from these groups towards U.S. military personnel had been happening. That all ended in late January. That's when there was an attack by Kataib Hezbollah, and that killed 3 U.S. troops at a base in Jordan. After that, you had retaliatory strikes by the U.S. on some of these groups, killing some of their leaders. And since about early February, there's been an unofficial ceasefire because there were pressure put on these groups to not try to widen this conflict. Unclear what's going to happen now going forward, but I will tell you that in the last half an hour, we are seeing reports emerging from northern Iraq in the Kurdish region that, in fact, the sirens in and around the U.S. consulate compound in Erbil, that they were activated for a short time. We're also seeing reports that there were loud booms heard in that area. And also there are reports that there was at least one of those Iranian drones headed towards Israel that was shot out of the sky, that was intercepted by coalition forces. So a lot to take in right now, a lot to try to piece together. We are reaching out to Iraqi government officials. We are reaching out to Kurdish officials. So far, nobody's responding as to what exactly is going on. It's a very tense situation, but at the moment, not a lot as far as what we're hearing from any officials here in Iraq, even though this is a moment of great tension and a lot of confusion about what will happen here in the days to come.
Yeah, Mohammed, as you say, the timing of this is really significant because of the Iraqi Prime Minister's trip to Washington to meet President Biden and to meet officials there. You were talking to us earlier about the risk to U.S. troops and U.S. assets, and there have been attacks on them in Iraq for as long as we can remember. What is the risk now, given the Iranian retaliation against Israel?
Well, that's the big question right now, because people are concerned about what happens specifically when it comes to Iraq if these Iranian proxy groups, these paramilitary groups inside of Iraq, get involved. And that has been one of the things that people have been worried about as it became clearer and clearer that Iran was going to be launching their retaliatory strikes, their attacks, their direct attacks on Israel, is would they be involving those groups that they have links to and that they back inside of Iraq? And we just don't know the answer to that question right now, because if they are involved, it might be expected that perhaps the U.S. would retaliate in some way, as they have in the past when U.S. troops have either been attacked directly by these groups or have been under threat by these groups. So right now, especially at a time when the Iraqi Prime Minister is scheduled to meet with President Biden on Monday, and all indications at this point in time is that that meeting will proceed, how is that going to impact the Iraq-U.S. relationship? Because we all know that, Iraq is for a long time now stuck between Iran and the U.S. The Prime Minister, who came to power backed by Iranian groups in Iraq, that's what got him into that position. He is navigating a very delicate balance right now. He wants to see U.S. troop levels in Iraq significantly decreased. He wants to see a timetable for the full withdrawal of those U.S. troops. There has been rising anti-U.S. sentiment in Iraq the last several months when these retaliatory strikes by the U.S. against these Iran-backed groups in Iraq have been happening. So obviously the U.S. would not want to decrease its presence here if they feel that there are groups in Iraq that are now going to pose more of a threat to Israel. These groups have also attacked Israel since October 7th. So it's a very, very complicated situation. The timing, arguably, could not be worse for the Iraqi prime minister at a time when, as you mentioned, not only did they want to discuss trying to strengthen bilateral relations with the U.S., but trying to ensure that the U.S.'s mission in Iraq finally comes to an end. And all of this now, a very big question mark at a very crucial time. Darren?
All right, Mohammed Jamjoom, live for us there in the Iraqi capital. Mohammed will no doubt be coming back to you later on throughout the night, but for now, thank you. Well, US President Joe Biden has just released a statement on X. He said, I just met with my national security team for an update on Iran's attacks against Israel. Our commitment to Israel's security against threats from Iran and its proxies is ironclad. Let's go to Gabriel Elizondo now at the United Nations headquarters in New York. Gabe, we'll come to President Biden's statement in a second, but the Iranian mission to the UN issued a statement earlier. Just remind us, Gabe, what they had to say.
Yeah, that's right. This is the only statement that we've gotten out of the Iranian mission, but it's an important one, and it is worth repeating in these very sensitive times, of course. The Iranian mission, permanent mission to the United Nations, put out this statement saying that they conducted on the strength of Article 51 of the UN Charter pertaining to legitimate defense. Iran's military action was in response to, in their words, the Zionist regime's aggression against our diplomatic presence in Damascus. The matter can be deemed concluded. The message on X went on to say, however, should the Israeli regime make another mistake, Iran's response will be considerably more severe. It is a conflict between Iran and the rogue Israeli regime from which the U.S. must stay away. So clearly two things out of that statement by the Iranian mission that are pretty important. Number one is they are saying, make no mistake, they are saying it's in accordance with Article 51 of this, the UN Charter. And in Article 51, it says, nothing in the present charter shall impair the inherent right of individual or collective self-defense if an armed attack occurs against a member of the United Nations. So clearly, Iran positioning itself here that this is a response in line with international law, in line with the UN Charter, because it was a response to Israel's attack on Iran's diplomatic premises in Damascus, of course. But then also the other important part of this statement as well is the matter can be deemed concluded. Clearly, Iran there saying that this is it, this is the response, and as far as they're concerned, at least from this statement and where we're at right now, at this very hour, in their words, the issue is concluded. So those are pretty important statements there from the Iranian mission here at the UN.
Yeah, Gabe, and just a final thought to you. I mean, what about the response from other UN members, including the US? President Biden responded there. How worried are they about any further escalation?
Well, the U.S., of course, in Washington, they're, of course, very worried about it. And you saw it there from the statement. President Joe Biden returning from Rehoboth Beach, where he spends a lot of his weekend time late on a Saturday to be back at the White House. You knew when that happened that they announced that he was coming back to the White House. That meant that something was probably going to be happening, clearly. Beyond that, here at UN headquarters in New York, it's a little before 8 p.m. local time here. I can tell you we have gotten no other reactions so far from any countries here, member states of the UN. I can tell you that Malta holds the presidency of the Security Council for the month of April. So if there were to be an emergency Security Council meeting called because of what's happening right now, it would be Malta that would have to plan that meeting and or schedule that meeting, if you will. And according to our diplomatic sources, Malta has not at this hour gotten any requests yet for an emergency Security Council meeting. Of course, that could change at any moment. I should also say the Secretary General, Antonio Guterres, is in New York. We're hearing that he possibly, I stress the word possibly, could be issuing some sort of statement in the coming hours.
All right, Gabriel Elizondo, live for us there at UN headquarters in New York. Gabe, thank you. Well, Akiva Eldar is a political analyst and contributor to the Israeli daily paper Haaretz. He says that Israel and the United States will have to respond to Iran's attacks.
For Israel, it is very clear that Netanyahu was thinking for many years about this kind of escalation. He was planning with Ehud Barak at that time, who was a minister of defense, to strike Iran in a different context. The context was to stop the nuclear program. Now, he has even a greater interest to do this, because after he convinced former President Trump to pull out of the nuclear agreement, now Iran is few weeks, maybe months away from a nuclear bomb. So the other thing is that Iran has been hiding behind its proxies since October 7th, and even before that, behind Hezbollah, Hamas, and the Houthis, and was hitting Israel. And for Netanyahu, this is an opportunity to go inside, to go deeper into the source of the Israeli strategic issue it has with Iran. This is not the end of the game tonight. And in this case, I think Israel will have to hit back, and then the superpowers will have to take a stance and be clear about how do they stop the escalation. And the Israeli response has to do with a lot, I'm afraid, with Netanyahu's public relations. He has got now the support of the Israeli public, which he lost in October 7th. Nobody is talking now about the abductees. Nobody is talking about the famine in Gaza. It's all about Iran. It depends on how far the United States is willing to go, what is the American leverage on Iran, and how will the members of the Abraham Accord, who has a clear interest to stop Iran from getting the hegemony over the Middle East, and how the Saudis will react.
Well, it's just gone past midnight, that's 00 GMT. We're bringing you continuing coverage of Iran launching its retaliatory attack against Israel. The first wave of missiles launched by the Revolutionary Guards have reached Israeli cities. Well, air raid sirens have sounded in more than 720 locations, and rockets have been intercepted above Tel Aviv and Jerusalem. There are reports a 10-year-old boy has been killed in southern Israel. Tehran says the strikes are in response to Israel's bombing of the Iranian consulate in Syria. Well, Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu is meeting with his war cabinet in Tel Aviv. Israeli combat planes are also in the skies. Israeli officials say the response will be firm and clear, and have called Iran's attack a severe and dangerous escalation. Meanwhile, US President Joe Biden cut a weekend trip short and rushed back to Washington. He's met with his national security team and says US commitment to Israel's security is, quote, ironclad. Iran is warning that any threat from the US that harms Iran's interests will be met with a reciprocal response. Well, Jordan, Iraq, Lebanon and Israel have all temporarily closed their airspace. It comes after earlier reports of interference with the GPS navigation systems. Well, Al Jazeera's Dorsa Jabari joins us live now from the Iranian capital, Tehran. Dorsa, so we've had this statement then on X by the Iranians saying this is their only response and consider the matter concluded, and that they don't want a further escalation, a further widening of the conflict. What should we make of that response, Dorsa?
Well, I think it's a bit premature. Based on what we're seeing on local media, this attack is not over yet. It's continuing. The first wave of the attack is over. We're expecting another series of drones and missiles to be launched, if they haven't been so already, from what we're hearing based on local news outlets in the country. Now, we had another statement from Iran's Revolutionary Guard, and they said that after 10 days of silence by the international community, especially the United Nations Security Council failure to condemn the Israeli aggression, the IRGC has responded and decided to punish the aggressor, being Israel, and that they are hitting military targets, and that they warn the U.S. government that any support or to get involved will be faced by decisive response. We also heard from the Foreign Ministry. They've also issued a statement here saying that the armed forces of Iran, under Article 51 of the United Nations Charter, the right to self-defense and the legitimate right to respond to the aggression by the Zionist regime is what is being carried out. And the target to their diplomatic mission on April 1st is what it has led to this point. Now, I also want to point out that we just heard on state news agencies that one of the locations that was hit by a number of missiles, by medium-range ballistic missiles from Iran, has been reportedly the Ramon Air Base in the Negev desert in Israel. And the Iranians are saying that they've launched multiple Khaybar missiles, which has a range of about 2,000 kilometers. And the target was this military air base, which they've hit in the Negev desert.
All right, Dorsa, just stay with us because the Israeli army spokesman, Daniel Hagari, speaking now at West Jerusalem. Let's just listen to what he's saying.
In areas of risk. We are ready for such developments and we are working according to our operational plans. Continue to observe the instructions and maintain your coolness as you did over the past few hours. The military has done and continues to do everything to prevent Israel and its citizens. I will keep you updated. Any questions? We have heard a number of sirens in Dimona. Has Dimona or has a strategic target been threatened? This is a result of a small number of missiles that have been intercepted, and the military base in the south was sustained some damages in its infrastructure, very minor damages. Question: Iran says that this is their response, and should we consider this that the response is over? Answer: the military will continue to do what is needed. The event is not yet over. Do we expect any further threats? Answer: as I have said, threats still exist, and our aeroplanes continue to drop the drones outside our airspace. Our readiness is high. We continue to face such threats. Does Israel intend to attack Iranian nuclear facilities? The answer is that Israel's military will continue to do whatever is needed to defend the people of Israel. Has the military decided not to launch any attack against Iran based on agreement with the United Kingdom and the United States? I will not talk about this, but the military will continue to do whatever is needed to protect our people. Is it true that, as Iran stated, that the event is behind us? Answer: as I have said, the event is not yet behind us, and the military will do whatever necessary to defend our people. Now I will speak in English.
שאילתת מערכת קול ברמה. אם אכן האיראנים מתייחסים למה שהיה כסוף פסוק ותגובה, האם גם מבחינת ישראל האירוע מאחורינו?
Drones, cruise missiles and ballistic missiles towards the state of Israel. Together with our allies and partners across the region, we are operating at this very moment to defend Israel from Iran's attack. So far, we have intercepted the vast majority of incoming missiles by Israeli systems. So far, we have intercepted and are continuing to intercept dozens of attack drones as well as cruise missiles and ballistic missiles outside of Israel's border. A number of Iranian missiles fell inside Israeli territory, causing minor damage to a military base with no casualties. Only one little girl has been hurt, and we hope she will be well. The Iranian attack is ongoing. Our plans are in the air. Tonight, wide-scale attack by Iran is a major escalation. Together with our allies and partners, we are operating at full force to defend the state of Israel and the people of Israel. We will continue to fulfill this mission. Questions, please.
CNN is asking, what type and how many projectiles have been fired towards Israel tonight so far? And how many drones and missiles have been intercepted? And can you specify by region?
The event is still occurring, but until now, over 200 different kinds have been fired to Israel. Killer drones, ballistic missiles, and cruise missiles. We have already intercepted a vast majority of the threats by Israeli systems and with assistance from our partners. We are still in the event, our planes are still in the air, intercepting targets, and we are ready for any threat that will come to Israel. We will do everything we need, everything, to defend the state of Israel. Thank you very much.
All right, so you're watching there a live press conference there from Daniel Hagari, the Israeli military spokesman, talking there. He was saying that Israel was ready for this attack. He said the public must remain cool and calm and not panic. He was asked about what was happening in Dimona, which is an area where Israel, we believe, has a nuclear facility. So there was some minor damage caused from a drone there, but nothing major. He says the Israeli response isn't over yet, even though Iran says that's the end of their response. He was saying they still have planes in the skies and their response will continue because the Iranian threat still exists. He said they've intercepted most of the drones and missiles that have entered Israeli airspace. So that's Daniel Hagari, the Israeli military spokesman. Let's bring in Rory Challens. He joins us live from occupied East Jerusalem. Rory, so the Israeli military, of course, trying to reassure the public that all is well.
Well, they're saying it's not over yet, are they? They were saying that they are still up in the air and shooting down drone targets outside of Israeli airspace. So although the Iranians are saying we have made our points and that is the thing concluded, I think from the Israeli standpoint, it's not an all clear yet, certainly. So that is why Daniel Hagari was telling people that they should carry on listening to the instructions. If they're told to go to shelters, they should go to shelters and basically sort of maintain that kind of home front command list of what they should and shouldn't be doing. So, you know, we know that the airport, the Ben Gurion airport is going to be closed indefinitely. We know that schools, universities, daycare, etc., that's going to be shut for the next couple of days, and nobody is allowed to gather in numbers greater than 1,000 people. But I think generally the Israeli military and its friends and partners can conclude that this was a pretty successful defense of the country, as long as there is no further waves that significantly degrade the air defence's capabilities to deal with the situation. They say that there were more than 200 various types of cruise missiles, ballistic missiles, and drones launched. The vast majority of them, according to the Israelis, were intercepted. Only a few got through and caused some damage at a base, a military base in the south of the country. And Daniel Hagari said that as far as they're aware at the moment, there is only one casualty, a small girl, who they say they hope to get better soon.
All right, Rory Challens there live for us in occupied East Jerusalem. Rory, for the time being, thank you. Let's bring in Oren Ziv. He's a journalist and commentator at the Israeli magazine.
ক্লিংকারে তৈরি দেশের একমাত্র পোর্টল্যান্ড লাইমস্টোন সিমেন্ট সুপারক্রিট আপনার স্থাপনাকে দেয় দীর্ঘস্থায়িত্ব এবং বিশ্বমানের নিশ্চয়তা। সুপারক্রিট।
But at the moment, because it's the middle of the night, we're getting the report about a Bedouin boy or girl that was injured in the south in a Bedouin community. We're hearing about other minor hits, but till now, from what I'm hearing, we haven't seen any major hits or major locations that were damaged, specifically not in Tel Aviv and Jaffa that are very quiet and empty at the moment.
Oren, just a final thought to you. I want to just pivot quickly to the war on Gaza. We understand your magazine got somehow some detailed information about how the Israeli military is using artificial intelligence to acquire targets in Gaza. Can you just tell us a little bit more about that?
Yes, definitely. Our story from last week by Yuval Avraham was talking about how the Israeli military, the Israeli intelligence unit, use AI in order to locate and assassinate Palestinians inside Gaza. And not only that, the research also showed how much collateral damage, so-called collateral damage, is approved by the senior military officers to kill even very low-rank Palestinians that are believed that are part of Hamas. So in general, I could say this showed that a lot of the attacks in Gaza that caused major casualties of civilians were almost, the vast majority of the process was done by softwares and AI, and just at the end really shortly approved by human beings.
All right, Oren Ziv reporting there from Tel Aviv. Oren is a journalist from 972 magazine. Oren, thank you very much indeed. Well, as we mentioned, US President Joe Biden has cut a weekend trip short and has returned to Washington, D.C. A short time ago, the White House posted his response on X saying, "I've just met with my national security team for an update on Iran's attacks against Israel. Our commitment to Israel's security against threats from Iran and its proxies is ironclad." Let's bring in our White House correspondent, Kimberly Halkett. Kimberly, so Biden had that security meeting at the White House earlier, as we've already stated. Who was in that meeting, Kimberly, and what kind of response, apart from this statement, can we expect from Washington? I mean, US officials knew this was coming, didn't they?
Yes, that's the case. It's been reported for a number of days that, in fact, there was an anticipated and imminent threat from Iran, some sort of retaliatory strike. The size, scope, and scale of the attack was something that was not being revealed by the National Security Council spokesperson, John Kirby. But having said that, there was something that was anticipated, and as a result, the force posture, as it's known, in other words, the military assets of the U.S. military were being adjusted. That we did know. We also know that the U.S. president, as recently as in just the last couple of days, repeatedly iterated to Iran that he was cautioning it not to retaliate. When we say retaliate, what we mean is that in response to the attack that took place on April 1st, when the embassy in Damascus was struck, or rather the consulate. So as a result, U.S. President Joe Biden said, and it really just gave a one-word warning. He said, don't. But as we know, that response is now underway. Now, as to who was present for the national security meeting that was taking place, and we should tell you has just wrapped up in the White House, just behind me in the Situation Room, as it's known. We know that the CIA Director Bill Burns was present, also the Director of National Intelligence, Avril Haines, the Secretary of State, Antony Blinken, was also there. Of course, the U.S. President We know the vice president, she is in Los Angeles, but she was participating via video link. Also, the National Security Advisor, Jake Sullivan, and the Defense Secretary, Lloyd Austin, as well as the Joint Chiefs of Staff, among others, who advised the president. We know that this has been going on for many, many hours. The president, in fact, cutting short his trip over the weekend where he was in Delaware, coming back to the White House so that he could be in close consultation with Israeli officials and counterparts. So this is something that's going to continue and be ongoing, given the fact that we know there has already been action that has been involving the U.S. military. In fact, the Pentagon giving us this statement that our forces remain postured to provide defensive support and to protect U.S. forces operating in the region. Our U.S. forces have been shooting down Iran-launched drones targeting Israel. So already there has been U.S. activity in coordination with the Israel military in response to Israel's attack.
Yeah, Kimberly.
Or rather, Iran's attack.
Yeah, yes, and it's worth pointing out, isn't it, that the Pentagon, because you just touched on it, has shared very little information about what sort of support it'll give to Israel. Are we any clearer as to what sort of military assets are deployed in the region or are being moved into the area in response to the Iranian attack?
We know that since October 7th, and when we talk about October 7th, we mean when Hamas launched its attack into Israel and took captives, some of whom are still unaccounted for, that is when the U.S. began to very physically show its support for Israel, one that the U.S. repeatedly states is ironclad, as recently as, again, in the president's statement that he issued when the national security team released its statement saying that this attack by Iran was ongoing and would last for several hours. That was reiterated. We know that there were joint carrier strike groups that were put into the region. And we also know as recently as just a couple of weeks ago, when the Israeli defense minister was in Washington, there was yet another package that was delivered to Israel that included yet more fighter jets and bombs. So this is in addition to the annual nearly $4 billion in military support that is given to Israel on an annual basis. So this is what Israel has been given, and this is also what the United States has positioned in the region. So there is a hefty amount of military hardware that has been positioned. However, where it is precisely, the National Security Council spokesperson John Kirby would not say.
All right, Kimberly Halkett live there at the White House. Kimberly, thank you. Let's go to Gabriel Elizondo now at the UN headquarters in New York. And Gabe, we understand you've got some breaking news from the UN for us. The UN boss has been speaking. What can you tell us?
Yeah, that's right. Just in the last few minutes, we got a written statement from the UN Secretary General Antonio Guterres. This is his first reaction to the events unfolding right now. And I'll read you his statement in full, word for word. It says, "I strongly condemn the serious escalation represented by the large-scale attack launched on Israel by the Islamic Republic of Iran this evening. I call for an immediate cessation of these hostilities. I am deeply alarmed about the very real danger of a devastating region-wide escalation. I urge all parties to exercise maximum restraint to avoid any action that could lead to major military confrontations on multiple fronts in the Middle East." The statement concludes with this: "I have repeatedly stressed that neither the region nor the world can afford another war." That's a statement that we just got in from the Secretary General, a written statement. He is here in New York. It's a little after 8 p.m. here local time. And that is the first reaction that we've gotten from him. Now, we've heard from him previously over the last weeks and months, and he has both publicly and privately stressed how concerned he is about the events taking place in Gaza, Israel's war on Gaza, and how that could have a spillover effect. We heard the Secretary General previously talk about that, where we've seen the attacks in the Red Sea. but he was really concerned about exactly a situation like this playing out, where you could get a strike by Israel against the Iranian diplomatic office in Damascus that we saw on April 1st. The Secretary General on that day also condemned that, it should be noted, but also then the potential retaliation by Iran that we are now seeing playing out in real time.
Yeah, Gabe, so as you say, a lot of worry and concern there about any further escalations and also the overnight developments in terms of Iran's response. The Iranian mission to the UN also issued a statement earlier. Gabe, what did they have to say then?
Yeah, this was their first official response, and at least that was directed to the world, if you will, outside of Tehran. And on the X platform, the Iranian mission to the United Nations put out a statement saying that they conducted on strength of Article 51 of the UN Charter, this very important document, of course, pertaining to the legitimate defense. Iran's military action was in response to the Zionist regime's aggression against our diplomatic presence in Damascus. The matter can be deemed concluded. It went on to say, however, should the Israeli regime make another mistake, Iran's response will be considerably more severe. It is a conflict between Iran and the rogue Israeli regime from which the U.S. must stay away. Those are the words verbatim that the Iranian mission to the UN posted a little over an hour ago. It's important that they referenced this document, Article 51, because that is important because that is in the UN Charter, and it says any member state of the UN that is a victim of aggression, military aggression, does have the right to respond. Essentially, that is what Article 51 says. And so Iran very clearly laying out in that post on the X platform saying, essentially, we are in accordance with our rights under international law and under the UN Charter in our response. Our response meaning Iran's retaliatory response here. And of course, they posted that the matter can be deemed concluded. This was a post a little over an hour ago. So we'll see how all that plays out. But in terms of the Security Council, and this is important, the Security Council, of course, is tasked with overseeing peace and security in the world. We've been told by diplomatic sources that Malta, and they are the president of the Security Council for the months of April. As of right now, we are told by diplomatic sources, Malta has not received any request from a Security Council member to hold an emergency meeting. However, that could change at any moment.
All right, Al Jazeera's Gabe Elizondo there reporting from UN headquarters in New York. Gabe, thank you for that. We'll no doubt come back to you. Let's get some other diplomatic reaction now. The EU's foreign policy chief, Josep Borrell, released the following statement on X. He said the EU strongly condemns the unacceptable Iranian attack against Israel. This is an unprecedented escalation and a grave threat to regional security. The UK has been a firm supporter of Israel. The British Prime Minister Rishi Sunak has reacted by saying, I condemn in the strongest terms the Iranian regime's attack against Israel. Iran has once again demonstrated that it is intent on sowing chaos in its own backyard. He went on to say the UK will continue to stand up for Israel's security and for all our regional partners, including Jordan and Iraq. Alongside our allies, we are urgently working to stabilize the situation and prevent further escalation. No one wants to see more bloodshed. Well, Ali Khamenei, Iran's supreme leader, has issued a video statement on X. He says the malicious Zionist regime will be punished. He said, attacking our consulate is like attacking our soil. The malicious regime has made a wrong move in this case. All right, this is what the airspace over the region looks like right now. And you can clearly see the areas that planes are avoiding. Those big blank areas in the middle of your screen are the airspaces that have been shut down. Israel, Jordan, Iraq, increasing number of countries closing their airspace as this Iranian response plays out overnight. So those big dark spaces in the middle, or those empty spaces rather, are those airspaces that have been closed down. Let's bring in Hassan Barari. He's a professor of international affairs here at Qatar University. Hassan, thank you very much for waiting. You've been with us all night waiting patiently.
No
Look,
problem.
so let's just talk about that response from the Iranians then? They've made this statement on X saying this was the one and only response and there's no desire for Iran to expand the conflict. What do you make of that statement, Hassan?
I think this serves their own interest. The Iranian doesn't have any interest in actual escalation like the one that would lead to direct war between the Israelis and the Iranians, and possibly also dragging the American into it. But at the same time, the Iranians can't really afford not doing anything. Inaction was not an option for them, so they had to do something. And because for two reasons: A, they want to regain deterrence, and secondly, they don't want to be seen weak in front of their proxies. So they come up with this, I would say, calculated, measured response and retaliations in order just to make their point that, they have the right to do it and they are willing to do it.
Let's just talk about the US, because this is the worst case scenario for the US. They didn't want to see an escalation in the region. President Biden had warned Iran not to retaliate. How do you see the US involvement now in any retaliation by Israel against what's happening tonight?
There's one thing very important that I heard in the news, that when the American administration told the Israelis that they cannot or they should not retaliate without coordination. And this is a very important statement made by the Americans, because they don't want Israel to retaliate in a way that would probably lead to a regional war, because the Americans have no interest into that. And all these statements coming from Biden that the Americans would stand up for Israelis and stand with them to contain the aggression.
So you're saying the US then could actually calibrate Israel's response to this?
I think they will, because the Israelis will not have a free hand in that, because I know it's like, one of the objectives of Netanyahu is, to escalate, because this is his own political agenda. But the Americans, I think, will have the final say, because it's way bigger than Israel. It includes the whole region.
Yeah, and that's an interesting point you make about the strategic imperative, because Netanyahu has been talking about the Iranian nuclear threat for years, hasn't he, Hassan? I mean, do you think Israel then will use this opportunity now to complete this strategic imperative, which is to destroy Iran's nuclear assets?
Well, there's a part of this, his government actually saying this is a golden opportunity for them, since the Iranians have targeted them directly, targeted the Israeli territories. Then they have the right to respond, and they want to probably take advantage of that and do what they wanted to do from the very beginning. If Daniel Hagari was saying that, the Israeli military will do what is necessary to protect Israel, and protecting Israel can be interpreted differently, because one of the things that they've been talking about is that the nuclear program is threatening to Israel.
Let me just get another thought from you, Hassan, because I want to ask you, it's easy to focus on what's happening tonight and lose perspective in terms of the broader geopolitical situation in the Middle East. So what are the implications then, the regional implications for things like oil production, oil prices? I mean, it's not just the Red Sea, there's the Persian Gulf. So what does this mean then for global shipping and the oil market?
Well, it has been a problem until this moment because of what happens in the Red Sea and the Gulf of Aden. Because the Houthi has been targeting all these shipments through the strait, and this actually led to a big problem because of the prices are going up. Now, if this back and forth between the Iranians and Israelis continue unchecked, I think this will also have a very grave implications for the prices of oil, and because Iran is one of the main exporters, but also it impacts probably everyone around the region.
Let me get a final thought from you, Hassan, because we've been talking to our guests tonight who've been telling us that they were surprised that Iran made this direct attack on Israel and that they didn't go through their proxies, which then put some distance between Tehran and what's happening on in the battle space. So what about Iran's proxies, specifically Hezbollah? I mean, there are many other fronts which so far have calibrated to some extent their response. Could we now see an escalation then from those proxies and a change in the rules of engagement?
I don't see this coming these days, simply because this is not in the interest of the Iranians to have the Israelis launch probably a regional war against their interests, and their proxies are very important, very valuable for them. They don't want them to lose in the process. Hezbollah is the most important proxy for Iran. It has been doing a great job from the Iranian perspective, and probably that's it for the Iranians. So Hezbollah can keep harassing Israel, keep targeting Israel within rules of engagement, but like going beyond that, I think this will provide Netanyahu the opportunity that he was looking for, is to widen the war, and this is not in the interest of the Iranians, simply because the Iranians want to buy time. they rely on strategic patience because they have different files, different priorities. Chief among them is the nuclear one. So they don't want to have, a regional war where the Americans will step in, and probably this will be detrimental to the Iranian interest.
Yeah, and so, the Iranians saying that, this is their one and only response. As far as they're concerned, the matter is concluded.
Yeah, exactly.
But as we heard from Daniel Hagari, the Israeli spokesperson, they saying
it's not over.
It's not over. The threat is still ongoing. Okay. Well, Iraq is one of the countries that has shut its airspace. Al Jazeera's Mohammed Jamjoom is there. He joins us live from the Iraqi capital, Baghdad. So, Mohammed, Iraq has announced it's closed its airspace. What more are Iraqi officials saying there in the capital where you are?
Darren, it's interesting because you would expect at a time like this that is so fraught and so tense that we would be hearing from Iraqi government officials, and yet we have not. The one statement that we have received from a ministry here in the last several hours was the one that was issued at 11:30 p.m. last night, stating that Iraqi airspace would be closed, that's according to the Iraqi Civil Aviation Authority, and that it would be closed until at least 5:30 a.m. this morning. That's in a little under 2 hours from now, but that could be extended depending on the security situation going forward. Now, it's safe to say that the fact that we are not hearing from Iraqi officials about what has happened over the past several hours is due to the fact that Iraq has, for decades now, been stuck really between the U.S. on the one hand and Iran on the other hand, which has huge influence in this country. And one of the ways that they have influence is within these paramilitary groups, these armed groups that are either linked to Iran or backed by Iran, many of them now coming under the umbrella of a group called the Islamic Resistance in Iraq. Now, since October 7th, there were close to 170 attacks by groups affiliated with the Islamic Resistance in Iraq towards U.S. military assets and personnel in Iraq and in Syria. There are, of course, around 2,500 U.S. military personnel in Iraq, about 900 in Syria. Now, in late January, an attack by the Kataib Hezbollah group, which is the most powerful of the groups within the Islamic Resistance in Iraq, killed 3 U.S. soldiers at a U.S. base in Jordan. After that, the U.S. retaliated several times against some of these groups in Iraq. And since early February, there has been sort of an unofficial ceasefire between these groups and no retaliation since then by the U.S. Army. Now, the question the last few days, when it was becoming clearer and clearer that Iran was going to be launching an attack towards Israel, was whether or not these proxy groups, their proxies inside Iraq, would actually be involved. We don't yet have an answer, a clear answer to that question. What we know at this hour is that none of these groups has claimed to have taken part in any of the retaliatory strikes towards Israel in the past several hours. We have heard from the leader of one of those groups, a group called Kataib Sayyid al-Shuhada, in which on social media he praised the attacks by Iran, saying that his group supported those attacks. But nobody has said that they have been taking part in any of these attacks. And that's where a lot of the tension has been coming from. And the timing is very interesting right now. You could argue that the timing of all this couldn't be worse for the Iraqi Prime Minister, Mohammed Shia al-Sudani. He actually just yesterday left Iraq heading to Washington so that he could meet with U.S. President Joe Biden on Monday, the first time he would meet with the U.S. leader since taking power in Iraq. He would like to see bilateral relations with the U.S. strengthened, but he would also like to see a firm timetable come up with so that he could see a drawdown of U.S. troops in Iraq. All of that a question right now, because the last thing the U.S. would want to do if they sense that Israel is under threat from groups in Iraq is to withdraw their forces from Iraq. So it's all very complicated right now. We should also just mention, Darren, one other thing is that in the past hour, we have started seeing reports emerge from local media in northern Iraq, in Erbil, saying that there were loud explosions heard in areas close to the U.S. consulate. Not that there was any attack, but there were loud explosions heard. Some people attributing those explosion sounds to potentially coalition forces intercepting a missile that was heading from Iran towards Israel. There are videos that are purporting to show that missile and perhaps a drone being shot down. And also there were reports that sirens were activated in and around the U.S. consulate in Erbil. We're waiting for more details to emerge. We are still trying to get comment from any Iraqi authorities about what has transpired over the course of the past few hours and how it might affect Iraq's security situation in the days to come, and we'll get you those details as we have them.
Yeah, Mohammed, just a final thought to you before you go. I mean, as you say, the timing of this is significant because the Iraqi Prime Minister is making this trip to Washington to speak to President Biden, to also talk about U.S. troop reductions. Let me ask you, what is the risk now then facing U.S. assets, facing U.S. troops, given Iran's retaliatory strike against Israel?
Well, there are U.S. bases in Iraq. There are U.S. bases in Syria. Of course, these bases have consistently, over the course of the past several years, come under attack by these Iran-backed and Iran-affiliated proxy groups and paramilitary groups inside of Iraq. It's only really since February that there has been sort of this ceasefire, nothing official, but essentially these groups not wanting to expand any of the hostilities and not wanting to instigate any further clashes, and then the U.S. not retaliating any further. Of course, the U.S. knows there's always a heightened risk towards their troops, towards their military assets in Iraq and in Syria. They are always on guard. And one of the ways this all gets very complicated right now is that the Iraqi Prime Minister has for a while now said that they really need to see the U.S. commit to a timeline for the reduction of those troops in Iraq. This is a time of rising anti-U.S. sentiment in Iraq because there have been U.S. strikes against these paramilitary groups in Iraq. So it is tense. The Prime Minister came to power through the backing of Iran-linked groups in Iraq. He is treading a very fine line. He wants to make sure that the relationship is solid with the U.S. He also wants to make sure that the relationship is copacetic with Iran. So that's going to be a very fine line for him to navigate, and that's one of the reasons he was going to D.C. But right now, there's no indication that that meeting would be delayed or that it would be canceled, but clearly there's going to be a lot more to discuss at a time of such heightened tension in this region, and it might be quite difficult for the U.S. at this particular time if they think that Israel is facing potentially more threats from groups inside of Iraq especially. It would be a very difficult time for the U.S. to commit to drawing down troop levels even further in this region. Darren? All
right, Al Jazeera's Mohammed Jamjoom reporting live there from the Iraqi capital, Baghdad. Mohammed, thank you. Well, as we've been telling you, Lebanon has closed its airspace as well. For more on that, let's go to Ali Hashem, who joins us from Tyre. That's in the south of Lebanon. Ali, so I guess the big question now will be how much more will Iran's proxies like Hezbollah escalate the crisis? I mean, we saw that huge rocket barrage from Hezbollah into northern Israel a day or so ago. So how are things then likely to play out where you are now that Iran has responded?
Well, Darren, in fact, there were also other barrages today from Lebanon towards Israel. One, just like a few hours from this time, Hezbollah attacked a air defense base in the Golan with tens of rockets. And it was thought that this is part of the attempts to divert the attention of the air defenses towards another maybe another target. However, it was clear now after a big amount of time has passed, it's clear now that this attack was completely an Iranian attack and that the allies or the backed groups, if they played a role, it was just a supportive role, but they didn't launch anything. And at least from here, from Lebanon, where we are, nothing was part of this huge amount of ballistic missiles that was launched towards Israel. Nothing was launched from Lebanon. Now, of course, over here in Tyre, where we are, we saw a lot of missiles and a lot of interceptions because, as you know, we're very close to the border. We're like 20 kilometers from the border. And, of course, the Israeli anti-missile system is functional here. So there were several ballistic missiles intercepted in the skies above us here. But in general now, is it going to be, this is the big question, is it going to be business as usual and back to the normal fronts that were active since the 8th of October? Or this is going to be another day, a different day. And how then those allies or proxies or groups backed by Iran are going to react to an Israeli attack on Iran, if there is going to be one in retaliation to today's attack. And how is this going to play within this regional situation? There is a serious regional tension already going on. Is it going to go farther than that?
Yeah, Ali, that's an important point you make. Let me just ask you just a final thought. I mean, how much fear is there then in Lebanon that Hezbollah, being a proxy of Iran, could drag Lebanon back into war with Israel? Because there are many within Lebanon, as you know, I mean, you cover Lebanon for us, for Al Jazeera. There are many in the country who don't want a war with Israel. They don't want to see an escalation.
Well, Darren, we are already in war. And since the 8th of October, there is a war situation. Now, we can say that it's limited to military targets on both sides, despite the fact that there are more than 60 Lebanese civilians who were killed over the past 6 months. But in fact, this is a war situation, whereas on daily basis, there are attacks, Israeli airstrikes on different areas in Lebanon, and in the depth of 100 kilometers towards the Bekaa Valley, Hezbollah attacking Israel, also extending or expanding the front towards the Syrian Golan. So we are already in a situation of war here in Lebanon. Therefore, the big question, concern here is that this is going to expand and become an all-out war, which is the main issue and everyone is really concerned about. And you mentioned closing the airport. I spoke to the Minister of Works and Transportation. He said that this was an attempt by him in coordination with the Speaker of the Parliament and the Prime Minister to try as much as possible to, isolate Lebanon and contain this situation, whereas the airport, the flights, all these things shouldn't be affected. And in fact, Lebanon can't really tolerate that. But at the end, Lebanon is part of this whole situation.
All right, Al Jazeera's Ali Hashem reporting there from Tyre in southern Lebanon. Ali, no doubt we'll come back to you a little bit later. Thank you for the time being. But joining us now live from Washington, D.C. is Trita Parsi, the Executive Vice President of the Quincy Institute. That's a U.S. think tank. He's also the former president of the Iranian-American Council. Trita, always good to have you on Al Jazeera. I think it's the first time we're talking to you about tonight's developments. Let me start by asking you then, Trita, what's your response to this retaliatory strike by Iran on Israel? I mean, Iran says, look, the matter is concluded. Israel says, no, it's not. The threat is still ongoing.
I think it's quite clear just by the size and the scope of this attack that this was primarily aimed at enabling the Iranians to save face, to show that they did something, that they deliberately violated Israel's red line, because the Israelis said that they would view an attack from Iranian soil as something that would further escalate the situation. But they've also done it in a manner that clearly puts an end to it. If they really wanted to inflict far greater damage on Israel, there would have been a far large number of ballistic missiles as well as drones, not shot from Iran, but much closer to Israel in order to make sure that they would get there faster. They didn't choose to do this. They did something to be able to say that this is now concluded. And if Israel then decides to act again, then the Iranians will try to portray that as a deliberate escalation by the Israelis that further widens this conflict and essentially shift the blame back onto the Israelis. The question really is, will Biden do something here to put an end to the Israeli action? Remember, he said don't to the Iranians. Will he ever say don't to the Israelis? He hasn't done that so far.
Yeah, and what do you make then of the US response? I mean, as you say, Biden said don't. The Iranians went ahead anyway. What more should the Americans be doing now? Are they likely to calibrate the Israeli response to this Iranian attack?
Well, the United States did not condemn the Israeli attack on the Iranian consulate in Damascus. If it had, and if it had not stood in the way of the UN Security Council condemning it as a whole, then it would have had some credibility with Iran asking it to stand down and not retaliate. And there are historical examples in which actually the Iranians did when the UN Security Council acted firmly. In this case, however, the United States has actively supported Israel. It has helped shoot down some of these drones. So it certainly has the credibility to ask Netanyahu not to expand this conflict further. The problem, of course, is that fundamentally, Netanyahu has an interest in widening and broadening the war. Biden.
All right. Well, apologies for that. We were talking to Trita Parsi there in Washington about the Iranian response. If we can, we'll try and go back to him a little bit later if we can. But a little bit earlier, the Israeli army spokesman Daniel Hagari gave a response to those attacks. Let's hear again what he had to say.
Together with our allies and partners across the region, we are operating at this very moment to defend Israel from Iran's attack. So far, we have intercepted the vast majority of incoming missiles by Israeli systems. So far, we have intercepted and are continuing to intercept dozens of attack drones as well as cruise missiles and ballistic missiles outside of Israel's border. A number of Iranian missiles fell inside Israeli territory, causing minor damage to a military base with no casualties. Only one little girl has been hurt, and we hope she will be well.
All right, well, let's go live now to Gabriel Elizondo at the United Nations headquarters in New York. So, Gabriel, just listening to Daniel Hagari there, the Israeli military spokesperson. And we understand now the Israelis are asking for a Security Council meeting. What more can you tell us?
Yeah, that's right. A lot of new information is coming in here at UN headquarters as we speak. And the latest information that we're getting is that the Israeli ambassador to the United Nations, Gilad Erdan, has sent a formal letter to the president of the Security Council. That would be Vanessa Fraser, who's the ambassador to the Security Council. From the country of Malta. They hold the presidency of the Council this month of April, and that Israel is formally requesting that the Security Council hold an emergency meeting on Iran's drone strikes against Israel. Now, Israel is not a member of the Security Council, so the formal request would have to come from a current member of the Security Council. We've been reaching out to Malta. We're trying to get some more information to see if Malta is going to be scheduling an emergency meeting on this. But in his letter to Malta, the Israeli ambassador says, and I'll read just part of it, he says, today Iran has launched a direct attack from within its territory of more than 200 UAVs, cruise missiles, and ballistic missiles towards Israel in clear violation of the UN Charter and international law. Iran has also publicly taken pride in the attack. The attack is a severe and dangerous escalation. And then the letter partially goes on to say that the gravity and volume of the attacks are unprecedented and are a flagrant violation of Israel's sovereignty, of international law, and of the Security Council resolutions. Iran poses a direct threat to international peace and brazenly violates the UN Charter and Security Council resolution. That's part of what was said in the letter sent from the Iranian mission to the Security Council president. Now we're just waiting to see if Malta, the president of the Security Council, will schedule this emergency meeting, and if so, when.
Yeah, Gabe, let's just go back to the Israelis, because it is ironic, isn't it, Gabe? Because Israel isn't a big fan of the UN, so it seems odd that they now want the UN to intervene.
Yeah, that's right. I mean, this is a sort of part and parcel for how Israel operates with the UN. Gilad Erdan, the ambassador, also posted on Twitter just not too long ago as well, since Iran's response happened. He said, Antonio Guterres, Iran has violated the UN Charter and has shown that it is a threat to global peace and security. Where is your voice, Antonio Guterres? Where is your condemnation? Wake up. That was a little over an hour ago. Listen, Israel has been incredibly critical of the United Nations. In fact, this same Israeli ambassador to the UN has called for the Secretary General to resign in shame because of how Israel thinks he is handling the situation in Gaza. So But listen, Israel will use the UN for how it wants to use the UN to its advantage, and you clearly see that they want to elevate this situation, and they're saying that this is a violation of the UN Charter. Interestingly enough, though, in Iran's post on the social media platform X, Iran says their response is in line with the UN Charter, Article 51, which says any member state that is attacked, in the case of Iran, it was their diplomatic mission attacked on April 1st in Damascus, has a right to respond. That's in the UN Charter, the right to response, of course, Article 51. So listen, now Israel is clearly using it to their advantage, but the big picture here is will the Security Council call for an emergency meeting, and if so, when it will happen? We should probably hear from Malta on this probably within the next hour or so this evening, because if they decide to hold a council meeting on Sunday, we'd have to get notice of that probably sooner rather than later.
Yeah, Gabe, just a final thought to you before you go. You were telling us earlier that the UN boss, Antonio Guterres, has been speaking. What's he been saying?
Yeah, that's right. He put out a statement. It said he strongly condemns the serious escalation represented by the large-scale attack launched on Israel by the Islamic Republic of Iran this evening. I call for an immediate cessation of hostilities. The statement from the Secretary General went on to say, and I'm deeply alarmed about the very real danger of devastating region-wide escalation. I urge all parties to exercise maximum restraint to avoid any action that could lead to major military confrontations on multiple fronts in the Middle East. And the statement is concluded by saying, I have repeatedly stressed that neither the region nor the world can afford another war. That statement from the Secretary General was put out just within the last hour or so. Clearly, the Secretary General has been very concerned about escalation. In fact, on April 1st, when Israel launched its attack on the Iranian diplomatic mission in Damascus, the Secretary General also put out a statement condemning that incident. And he also spoke on the phone with Iran's foreign minister at the time. So he's been deeply engaged in this for the last several days now, knowing that this very well could be a possibility, knowing that in Article 51 of the UN Charter, Iran does have a right to respond to an attack on their territory. So the Secretary General probably saw a little bit of the writing on the wall of what potentially could be happening, what we are seeing happening right now. He is basically calling on all parties to restraint because he is really worried about a spillover effect from Israel's war on Gaza. And he's been talking about this for months now. Well, this spillover effect is very much happening. It's no longer a worry. Could it happen? It very much is happening.
Yeah,
right
it absolutely
now.
is. Gabe Elizondo, live for us there at UN headquarters in New York. Gabe, thank you. Let's bring in back David DeRoche. He's an associate professor at the National Defense University. Joins us live from Washington, D.C. David, good to have you back with us. So then, just remind our viewers, your response first on this retaliatory attack by Iran against Israel. How surprised are you, David, that Iran used a direct attack rather than via its proxies?
I was really surprised. I think what happened was I misunderstood the level of pride in Iran and the fact that Iran felt that it had to establish a deterrence mechanism against Israel. I felt that that was a risk that Iran would not do. It seems that the Iranian leaders are determined not just to take action, but to be seen to take action. What that indicates to me is that there's considerations of pride and prestige that are divorced from strategy and tactical utility, which may indicate a more dangerous era than we thought.
David, you're here to give us a sort of military perspective on assets and what's being used. So what more do we know then about these Shahed drones that were heading towards Israel? Many of them we think have been shot down, but just talk to us about their range, their speed, warheads, their payloads, etc.
Yeah, good question. So the most important part is the payload. The payload's about 50 kilograms of high explosives, but the explosives have copper penetrating plates that are not just on the ends, but also on the sides. And there's also around the side of the warhead, metal fragment that's sort of in like a little band that can create damage. And so what you have is, by military standards, a relatively small weapon that's not capable of any great penetration of a hardened military target. But if it lands in a thing like we've seen the Russians using this against electrical power stations in Ukraine, it can cause a great amount of damage to complex machinery. And of course, if it hits a large concentration of people, the shrapnel from the fragmentation can cause a great degree of damage. Then you have the body of the Shaheed itself, which is made out of fiberglass. That means that it's both cheap to make, but it's also difficult to acquire by radar. The guidance of the Shaheed can be guided actively, although that is somewhat hard for Iran because it requires a camera, and only a few are made with those because of sanctions. Iran's finding it hard to get those. So most of them are on a sort of inertial guidance. They're either using GPS, which I'm sure that there was extensive jamming. Jamming was reported, and so GPS may have been disabled, and that may have led to a lot of these going down. Or it has an active communications link, which it also is disrupted by electronic warfare jamming. Or it is just put on a dead reckoning. And if it's on a dead reckoning pattern, then it's, once you acquire it, you can shoot it down if need be.
David, just a final thought to you. So then, is the Iranian strategy militarily to overwhelm Israel's multi-layered air defense system? Because, of course, as you've been explaining to us, by using other aerial assets like missiles, ballistic missiles, cruise missiles, in effect, the attack could be multi-layered as well.
Yeah. I think that if they want to have an effective attack, this is the way to do it. You have multiple targets going to the same place. What will be interesting to see is what they were actually targeting. If they were aiming to converge at one point, they have the possibility of truly overwhelming Israel, or if they're going from multiple areas towards one point. But if they're just making a demonstration attack, then what we will see when this is over is that there'll be a dispersed range of targets, and that these targets will not be high priority. So there'll be an analytical effort. I think that Israel will respond in some way, just because this is such a large attack on their sovereign terrain from Iran. And Iran, prior to this, have only really claimed one major drone attack that was on the Israeli consulate in Erbil. We'll have to see, but it's clearly trying to demonstrate that they can penetrate Israel's vaunted air defenses is one of the main goals of this attack.
All right, David DeRoche, Associate Professor at the National Defense University, joining us live there from Washington, D.C. David, thank you very much for staying with us throughout the night and giving us your military expertise on the developing story here of Iran's retaliatory attack against Israel. So to our viewers now, if you're just joining us here on Al Jazeera, it's just coming up to 0100 GMT. We're continuing with our special coverage of that retaliatory attack by Iran against Israel. Let's go to Gabriel Elizondo now at UN headquarters in New York. And Gabe, so we were talking to you earlier about the Israelis asking for a Security Council meeting. What more can you tell us?
Yeah, just within the last few minutes, we have been able to confirm that the UN Security Council will be holding an emergency meeting at 4 p.m. New York time on Sunday. That's 20 GMT. This information is confirmed by Malta, who holds the presidency of the Security Council for the month of April. They're
স্যার আমাদের নতুন প্রোডাক্ট সিক্সার্স সিক্সার্স দেখতে তো ভালো খেতেও ভালো চকলেট ক্যারামেল পিনাট আর নোগাট দিয়ে বানিয়েছি তুমি একটু বেশিই বলো জানি স্যার বিশ্বাস করবেন না তাই সুপার স্লো মোশন ক্যামেরা নিয়ে এসেছি দেখেন স্যার চকলেট পিনাট ক্যারামেল ও নোগাটের দারুণ কম্বিনেশন এলো সিক্সার্স চকলেট কোটেড বার পুরো এনার্জি
UN Security Council meeting on Sunday. Again, that's 4 p.m. New York time. That's 20 GMT here at UN headquarters in Security Council chambers.
Yeah, Gabriel, and just a final thought to you. I mean, we were talking to you earlier that Israel is not a big fan of the UN. It seems quite ironic then that they're asking for UN intervention, isn't it?
Yeah, that's right. Israel has been very critical of the UN for a long time, quite frankly, but particularly in the last 6 months. But it's been personal critiques as well. It's Gilad Erdan, the Israeli ambassador to the UN, has actually called for Secretary General Antonio Guterres to resign in shame because of the way that Israel thinks he is mishandling the way the UN is dealing with Israel's war on Gaza. I mean, it's been very personal attacks against the Secretary General by Israel. Israel's clearly no fan of the Secretary General, obviously no fan of UNRWA, the UN Relief and Works Agency that deals with humanitarian issues in Gaza. So very critical of UN officials, top to bottom. And so the fact that now, when it suits Israel, now they are calling on the UN Security Council with this letter that we confirmed is legitimate here, calling on the UN Security Council to have a meeting so Israel can voice its displeasure with Iran's strikes against Israel, retaliatory strikes, clearly shows how Israel, at least when it comes to diplomacy at the UN, sort of tries to use this body when it needs to, but then dismiss the UN when it's not in their benefit, or when it's when the UN is being perhaps critical of Israel. So that's the situation. I should say, in this letter from the Israeli ambassador to the Security Council, and I won't read the whole thing, but I'll just read part of it. It says the gravity and volume of the attacks by Iran are unprecedented and are a flagrant violation of Israel's sovereignty, of international law, and of Security Council resolutions. Iran poses a direct threat to international peace and brazenly violates the UN Charter and Security Council resolutions. I should also point out, though, that Iran posted a message on the social platform X, and in Iran's post from over an hour ago, it said that it conducted this strike, or strikes, I should say, on the strength of Article 51 of the UN Charter pertaining to legitimate defense. Iran's military's action was in response to the Zionist regime's aggression on our diplomatic presence in Damascus. So that was Iran's stance on this, pointing to Article 51 of the Charter, which does say any member state which is a victim of military aggression does have a right in the UN Charter to respond. So that is clearly Iran's response, and why they said they carried out this retaliatory strike, as Iran puts it, in accordance with international law and the UN Charter.
All right, Al Jazeera's Gabe Elizondo reporting there from UN headquarters in New York. Gabe, thank you. So we're bringing you continuing coverage of Iran's retaliatory attack against Israel. Israel says more than 200 drones and missiles were launched from Iran, the majority of which were intercepted. Well, air raid sirens sounded in more than 720 locations, and rockets were intercepted across the country. Tehran says the strikes are in response to Israel's bombing of the Iranian consulate in Syria. There are reports 2 people were injured in the attacks.
Together with our allies and partners across the region, we are operating at this very moment to defend Israel from Iran's attack. So far, we have intercepted the vast majority of incoming missiles by Israeli systems. So far, we have intercepted and are continuing to intercept dozens of attack drones, as well as cruise missiles and ballistic missiles outside of Israel's border. A number of Iranian missiles fell inside Israeli territory, causing minor damage to a military base with no casualties. Only one little girl has been hurt, and we hope she will be well.
Well, Al Jazeera's Rory Challens joins us live now from occupied East Jerusalem. Rory, I see you've taken off your flak jacket and your helmet because Israeli security authorities have lifted the alert level, meaning residents no longer need to take shelter. What can you tell us, Rory?
Yeah, absolutely. It's been just over an hour since Daniel Hagari made that update that we were just listening to there. And in that update, he said it's not over yet, and said that the Israeli planes and the planes of its partners were still shooting down drones outside of Israeli airspace. But since then, there has, as you say, been a downgrading of the Home Front Command's alert level for Israelis around the country. It's basically telling them that they no longer have to be near shelters, essentially saying that the immediate danger has passed for the moment, as you say, hence why I've taken off my flak jacket and my helmet. Now, for much of the night, I've been saying that this attack that Israel was under was a test of its air defense capabilities. And it seems to have passed that test pretty conclusively with the help of the United States, with the help of the UK, France and Jordan. It has shot down, from what we understand, is the vast majority of more than 200 drones and missiles that were launched against it. Now, Darren, you have been speaking to analysts over the last couple of hours who've been saying that Iran's attack was likely carefully calibrated to make a point, but not to cause so much damage that it escalated the situation into a wider conflict in this part of the world. So what we have seen in Israel is that the damage has been relatively minor so far has been reported, with damage to an airbase in the south and only a couple of casualties and no confirmed fatalities. But what that means is that there is now another test for Israel. The test is, what is its response going to be? The War Cabinet has been authorized to retaliate in some way against against Iran. But is that retaliation going to be carefully calibrated too? And what's the United States going to be saying to Israel? Is it going to be trying to dial down that response and basically say to everyone involved, that's enough, let's calm things down now?
Rory, you've been talking to us throughout the evening about the military and air defense preparations that Israel's been making over the last week or so, because let's remind our viewers, Israel is extremely technologically advanced in its air defense and GPS jamming capabilities.
Yeah, so I mean, for a long time now, for 10 days at least, Israel has been on a heightened state of alert because it knew that something was going to be coming. The Iranians had said that something was coming. They had said that they were going to strike Israel in some form or another. So, of course, Israel had to prepare for multiple different possibilities. There was the possibility of some sort of ground incursion, most likely from Hezbollah in the north, from Lebanon. So they cancelled all leave for combat units of soldiers. They also called up air defense reservists so they could man the air defense batteries that we saw with our own eyes over the skyline of Jerusalem just a few hours ago, launching interceptors up into the sky to take down the drones and the missiles that were coming in. They also put on alert consulates and embassies around the world because there was a fear that perhaps those soft targets might be what Iran chose to strike. And there was widespread jamming, which went on for the 10 days that it was in place for, and was definitely in place tonight. If you're looking at your phone and your phone map was saying that you weren't here, you weren't in Jerusalem, you were in Beirut or you were in Damascus, so completely scrambled. These were the kinds of things that Israel was putting in place, and also this Home Front Command order that no mass groups of people should be taking place. So any grouping over 1,000 people, that was outlawed. And also schools are still going to be closed for the next couple of days. So the threat is not gone yet, but it's certainly calmed down.
All right, Rory Challens, live for us there in occupied East Jerusalem. Rory, thank you. Well, Ali Khamenei, Iran's supreme leader, has issued a statement on X. He says the malicious Zionist regime will be punished. Attacking our consulate is like attacking our soil. the malicious regime has made a wrong move in this case. Let's bring in again Dorsa Jabari. She joins us live from the Iranian capital, Tehran. Dorsa, so we also had this statement on X by the Iranian diplomats at the UN saying this is their only response and they consider the matter concluded and they don't want a widening of the conflict. What should we make of that response, Dorsa? Because it seems fairly calibrated in terms of what actually happened.
Certainly, and we've been hearing from Iranian officials that their response would be precise and limited. And that is what we've seen this evening in the operation dubbed True Promise by the Revolutionary Guard. They've issued a second statement saying that they are continuing to be ready for any kind of a response from the Israelis. But also the Revolutionary Guards had a message for countries that have been helping Israel in terms of disrupting what Iran was trying to carry out, saying that specifically the United States, they will not their actions will not go unanswered. I think we've seen the worst of what was to come from Iran, certainly not a full-on attack, and certainly a show of what Iran is capable of. Certainly scenes that we have never seen before being carried out by Iranian missiles, drones, and cruise missiles, as well as ballistic missiles by the Revolutionary Guard. According to state TV, they hit military targets successfully. Of course, that is being disputed by Israeli officials, saying that they've sustained minor damage. Now we begin the next phase of this saga, that is what the Israeli response will be. And for that reason, the Revolutionary Guard remains on high alert and have now issued words of warnings to Israel. We heard from a commander of the Revolutionary Guard telling state TV that any kind of a response from Israel will be met by a harsher response than what we've seen tonight from Iran. I think there's a sense that this was certainly a message to Israel and not an act to try and engage in full-on war. This was a mission that was approved by the Supreme National Security Council of Iran, which is made up of the president and a number of high-ranking military officials. And of course, the supreme leader, Ayatollah Ali Khamenei, who's the commander-in-chief of the country's armed forces, would have had to have final say on the matter. For now, Iranians will be waiting to see what Israel will do and whether or not they will be able to maintain this conflict currently where things are at without escalating it further.
Yeah, Dorsa, as you say, this was pretty unprecedented, this direct attack by Iran against Israel. What's the mood amongst ordinary Iranians on the street?
Well, what we've seen, of course, it's overnight here. The streets are empty. There's been sporadic gatherings of members of the Basij forces, that is the volunteer force of the Revolutionary Guard, at Palestine Square here earlier, and also reportedly outside of the British Embassy here in Tehran. But generally, the general public will be waking up to this news in the coming hours. And I think most people will be certainly shocked. You have to remember, for 45 years, since the revolution of 1979, this rhetoric and threat against Israel has been ongoing, but never really did anyone think that Iran would directly hit targets inside Israel. This is something that was a possibility after Israel carried out an airstrike on Iran's consulate section in Damascus on April 1st, killing 7 members of Iran's Revolutionary Guard. But of course, it's not that one incident that has triggered this response from Iran. It's been years of sabotage and assassinations that Israel has carried out both inside Iran and in the region. In Syria alone, since October 7th, Israeli airstrikes have killed 18 members of Iran's Revolutionary Guard. Inside Iran, since 2010, 6 Iranian nuclear scientists have been assassinated. One of them survived the assassination attempt, but 5 of them have been killed. Iranians pointing the finger at Israel, trying to sabotage Iran's nuclear program and advancement, something that has been a point of contention for Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu for nearly 2 decades. So the events of tonight are a culmination of years of this hostile relationship between Iran and Israel that began in 1979.
All right, Al Jazeera's Dorsa Jabari there, live for us from the Iranian capital, Tehran. Dorsa, thank you. Well, US President Joe Biden has cut a weekend trip short and has returned to Washington, D.C. A short time ago, the White House posted his response on X saying, "I just met with my national security team for an update on Iran's attacks against Israel. Our commitment to Israel's security against threats from Iran and its proxies is ironclad." Let's bring in back our White House correspondent, Kimberly Halkett. Kimberly, so Biden rushed back and he had this security meeting at the White House. Just talk us through the meeting, who was in it, what was said, and what's the message, more importantly, from the Biden administration, given this Iranian retaliation?
Yeah, what we know is that that meeting was lengthy and it was full of the high-profile members of the Biden administration and U.S. President Joe Biden's cabinet. It was the Joint Chiefs of Staff from the Pentagon. It was the Defense Secretary Lloyd Austin, the Secretary of State Antony Blinken, the CIA Director Bill Burns, and the Vice President Kamala Harris, who joined from video link, as well as the U.S. President, among others. But what we should tell you is, while there was that meeting that took place and has wrapped up in the Situation Room, there are unconfirmed reports coming from the Israeli media as well as the U.S. media that the U.S. president has held a phone call with the Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu. Now, we have reached out to the White House to get confirmation of this and are awaiting a readout. But what we are hearing is that the U.S. president has held this phone call, which has reportedly wrapped up. In this phone call, what we are learning is that reportedly, and again, this is coming from both Israeli media as well as U.S. media, that the U.S. president signaled to the Israeli prime minister to try and contain the conflict and to persuade Israel not to retaliate on Iranian soil. Now, again, this is unconfirmed, but it is coming from both the Israeli side as well as the U.S. side. He is attempting, apparently, to try and ask Israel not to attack. What we can also tell you is that right now, Darren, what is happening here in Washington as well as in New York City is a bit of an uneasy calm, if you will, just to give you kind of a sense of what it's like here in Washington. There is this awareness that the U.S. president has cut short, as you mentioned, his own vacation from Delaware. He's come back to the White House. And in fact, you can't make it out behind me, but the Marine that stands outside the West Wing is or has been there all evening, and that indicates that the U.S. president is still in the Oval Office. So that has left a sort of a sense of unease, and as a result, the police department in New York City, as well as what is known as the Metro Police Department here in Washington, D.C., or MPD, has issued a statement saying we are closely monitoring the events in the Middle East. There are no credible threats at this time in D.C. Still, the police department's paying special attention to religious institutions, houses of worships, to maintain safety and security. So you could say there's a bit of a heightened alert or awareness that's going on right now, given the events that are taking place in the Middle East.
And you've been telling us all night, Kimberly, there was some speculation, wasn't there, that President Biden knew about this attack. What sort of behind-the-scenes diplomatic warnings or intelligence led Biden to believe the response would be sooner rather than later?
That's right. Well, what we know is that we got a couple of indications. First of all, we heard Friday morning from the National Security Council spokesperson, John Kirby, who held a call with reporters. And in it, he discussed that there were reports of an imminent attack and that there was a real and viable threat. But what the White House was not telling us was the intelligence, not sharing the scale, the size, and the scope of the attack, only saying that there was intelligence, but there was no indication of the timing. But what the National Security Council was saying is that there was already movement in place, that the United States had positioned its assets already in the region in order to assist Israel and to respond to these attacks that were imminent from Iran. In other words, retaliation for the attacks that took place on April 1st on its consulate inside Damascus. Now, what we know is that the U.S. president has been briefed and was briefed multiple times on Friday, so yesterday, here on Friday multiple times with his national security team in anticipation of what has happened in the last few hours. So what we know is that these were forced posture changes. And we should point out that since October 7th, when Hamas did attack Israel and take hold of a number of captives, some of whom were still unaccounted for, is when the United States started to position its carrier strike groups and fighter jets, et cetera, in the region in order to assist Israel. And so these are the assets that the Pentagon says were sort of recalibrated, if you will, in the region in order to prepare for what has occurred today. And we should point out the Pentagon did issue a statement in just the last few hours saying U.S. forces in the region have been shooting down Iran-launched drones targeting Israel. Our forces remain postured to provide defensive support and to protect U.S. forces operating in the region. And we can confirm very quickly that U.S. and U.K. fighter jets were spotted over Iraq and Syria along the border there.
All right, Kimberly Halkett, live for us there outside the White House. Kimberly, many thanks for that. We'll obviously come back to you a little bit later in the night. Let's bring in Mark Kimmett. He's a former Assistant Secretary of State for Political Military Affairs. He served under George W. Bush. He joins us live from Washington, D.C. General Kimmett, always good to have you with us. So I think it's the first time we're talking to you tonight. So what do you make then of the Iranian response? I mean, the Iranians now say the matter is concluded. The Israelis say, no, it's not. The threat is still hot.
Well, listen, while I deplore the Iranian regime, I've always admired their calculated and strategic thinking. You saw that out of Qasem Soleimani. You saw that out of Iran after the targeting of Qasem Soleimani. So it appeared to me that the regime did not just run pell-mell into this decision, but they thought it through. It is strategic. It is, in their mind, synchronized, and in their mind, it's proportional. So I think at this point, it is very clear what the Iranians have done and what they've put on the chessboard. And now it's going to be very interesting to see if the Israelis respond to that.
Yeah, that's an interesting point you make, Mark, because we're just talking to Kimberly Halkett there, our correspondent at the White House. She was saying that they've just heard that Biden has spoken to Netanyahu. There is a sense, perhaps, that they are trying to roll this back and calibrate the response. How do you see the response playing out then?
Well, I think you're right. I think this entire evening has been an opportunity to roll back. 5 hours ago, we thought that the entire Middle East was going to be aflame, that not only were there going to be drones, but they were going to be followed by cruise missiles, then ballistic missiles, aimed at the population centers inside of Israel. What have we seen now? We've seen a very carefully scripted response by the Iranians to the killing of the IRGC Quds Force officers in Damascus. So I think both the United States is doing what they need to do. I think Iran has done what it has done and quickly put out a statement in the UN that this is, in their mind, one and done. The third part of this equation, Israel, is yet to be seen, but I certainly hope that the work being done by the National Security Council and the president in his office right now is they're all talking to their counterparts in Israel and say, all right, enough is enough. Let's call it a day.
Mark, just give us a sense of some of the military assets that we saw at play here tonight, because we saw a number of air defense systems in use. Talk us through Israel's air defense capabilities. We hear so much about the Iron Dome system. Let's not forget Israel has many more air defense systems and a multitude of electronic jamming measures as well.
Yeah, they really do. They've got a three-tiered system. They've got, of course, Iron Dome, Jacob Sling, and they've got other capabilities. It's sort of three-tiered for different levels. I really don't believe that it has been stretched that much in this operation over the last 5 hours. We didn't see ballistic missiles. We didn't see cruise missiles. So we didn't truly see the capabilities of Israel on display. Of course, they were backstopped not only with their own capabilities, but their own Air Force, the United States capabilities that were brought into the fight. As I understand, even the Jordanians and the British were knocking down some of these drones as well. So if the Iranians think that they have had a full test of the Israeli capabilities. I don't think they got that. But candidly, I don't think they wanted it. This was a demonstration in military parlance, and you know that, Captain Jordan. It wasn't meant to be an attack. It was meant to be a demonstration.
Yeah, Mark, sorry, I'm just laughing because you know my military background. But Mark, let me ask you, it's so easy to focus on the events of tonight, the strike itself, the assets used, the damage done, the strategy behind it. What are the regional implications for things like oil productions, oil prices? I mean, it's not just the Red Sea, there's also the Persian Gulf. What does this mean then for global shipping and the oil market, which, as we know, is extremely fickle?
Yeah, and that's the right question. We really won't know that until the markets truly open up on Monday morning. I think there will be many that are calmed by what they saw. I think because there has been and have been a lot of jitters in the markets over the last few days about what the Iranians could, in fact, bring and what they could, in fact, respond. And this has actually been a fairly modest response. So I would hope to see perhaps some early volatility in the markets, early volatility in the insurance companies that will want to keep their oil tankers outside of the Red Sea. But if we don't see a further response, I think in about a week from now, things will be calmed down to normal.
Mark, let me get a final thought from you before you go. I mean, the US has said all along that it doesn't want to get dragged into a wider regional war in the Middle East. It never wanted an escalation over and above Gaza. But events clearly have overtaken the US. How involved, then, is the US now in terms of a widening or a deconfliction of this conflict?
Well, let's be very clear. As I said, I deplore the Iranian regime, but the Iranian regime has made it very clear that this is one and done. U.S. stay out of this. The wild card in all this at this point is Benjamin Netanyahu. And we have a president in the United States that, for long-standing historical reasons and candidly upcoming election reasons, president in the United States that, for long-standing historical reasons and candidly upcoming election reasons, is saying that he is standing behind Benjamin Netanyahu in Israel 100%. I think that's a dangerous precedent. I think his words are not helping the situation. It actually gives Benjamin Netanyahu the ability to do more than if the president had said, "I'm with you with conditions." So I think the ball right now is in Benjamin Netanyahu's court, not in the United States, not in Iran's.
Mark Kimmett, always good to get your thoughts and your military analysis here on Al Jazeera. Mark, thank you very much indeed for talking to us.
Thank you, Captain Jordan.
Well, the Iranian mission to the UN has issued another statement. Let's go to Gabriel Elizondo now at UN headquarters in New York. What can you tell us, Gabe?
Yeah, that's right. This is the second statement that the Iranian mission to the UN has issued this evening. The first one was posted on the social media site X. This is a formal letter that we have just gotten our hands on here within the last couple minutes or so. This is from the Iranian ambassador to the UN, Amir Saeed Iravani. This letter is sent to Secretary General Antonio Guterres and Ambassador Vanessa Frazier, who is the president of the Security Council for the month of April. She's Malta's ambassador to the UN. This is who the letter is sent to. I'm just going to read it because this really lays out Iran's justification for what has just transpired over the last couple hours. The letter starts by just saying that Iran is acknowledging a series of military strikes on Israeli military objectives. But then the letter goes on, and these are the words verbatim here. This action was in the exercise of Iran's inherent right to self-defense as outlined in Article 51 of the Charter of the United Nations, and is in response to the Israeli recurring military aggression, particularly its armed attack on 1st of April 2024 against Iranian diplomatic premises in the defiance of Article 2.4 of the Charter of the United Nations. The letter goes on to say, regrettably, the United Nations Security Council has failed in its duty to maintain international peace and security, allowing the Israeli regime to transgress red lines and violate the fundamental principles of international law. Such violations have exacerbated tensions in the region and threatened regional and international peace and security. As a responsible member of the United Nations, the letter goes on, the Islamic Republic of Iran is committed to the purpose and principles enshrined in the Charter of the UN and international law, and reiterates its consistent position that it does not seek escalation or conflict in the region. I want to go on with one more paragraph of this because this is very important. The letter goes on from Iran saying, while warning about any further military provocations by the Israeli regime, the Islamic Republic of Iran reaffirms its unwavering determination to defend its people, national security and interests, sovereignty and territorial integrity against any threat or acts of aggression, and to respond to any such threat or aggressions vigorously and in accordance with international law. The Islamic Republic of Iran will not hesitate to exercise its inherent right of self-defense when required. Should the Israeli regime commit any military aggression, again, Iran's response will assuredly and decisively be stronger and more resolute. There was a lot to take in there, but I think it was important you heard exactly what are in this letter that the Iranian mission has sent to the Secretary General just in the last few minutes and to the Security Council. Important to hear exactly what Iran is saying. This comes in the context of also within the last half hour or so, Al Jazeera able to confirm that the Security Council will hold an emergency meeting Sunday at 4 p.m. New York time, that's 20 GMT, an emergency meeting that we are told will not only be attended by, of course, all 15 members of the Security Council, but we are also hearing from diplomatic sources that both Israel and Iran will attend the Sunday emergency meeting here of the Security Council, expected to take place in the Security Council chambers on Sunday here at UN headquarters in New York.
All right, Gabriel Elizondo, live for us there at UN headquarters. Gabe, thank you. Well, Akiva Eldar is a political analyst and contributor to the Israeli daily paper Haaretz. He says that Israel and the US will have to respond to Iran's attacks.
For Israel, it is very clear that Netanyahu was thinking for many years about this kind of escalation. He was planning with Ehud Barak at that time, who was a Minister of Defense, to strike Iran in a different context. The context was to stop the nuclear program. Now, he has even a greater interest to do this, because after he convinced former President Trump to pull out of the nuclear agreement, now Iran is few weeks, maybe months away from a nuclear bomb. So the other thing is that Iran has been hiding behind its proxies since October 7th, and even before that, behind Hezbollah, Hamas, and the Houthis, and was hitting Israel. And for Netanyahu, this is an opportunity to go inside, to go deeper into the source of the Israeli strategic issue it has with Iran. This is not the end of the game tonight. And in this case, I think Israel will have to hit back, and then the superpowers will have to take a stance and be clear about how do they stop the escalation. And the Israeli response has to do with a lot, I'm afraid, with Netanyahu's public relations. He has got now the support of the Israeli public, which he lost in October 7th. Nobody is talking now about the abductees. Nobody is talking about the famine in Gaza. It's all about Iran. It depends on how far the United States is willing to go. What is the American leverage on Iran, and how will the members of the Abraham Accord, who has a clear interest to stop Iran from getting the hegemony over the Middle East, and how the Saudis will react.
Well, Jordan, Iraq, Lebanon and Israel have all temporarily closed their airspace. And this is what the airspace over the region looks like right now. And you can clearly see the areas that planes are avoiding. So those big blank areas in the middle of your screen are the areas where countries have closed down their airspace for now. So that's what it's looking like up in the skies. But back on the ground, Mohammed Jamjoom joins us live now from the Iraqi capital, Baghdad. Mohammed, so Iraq, also one of the countries announcing it's closed its airspace. What more is being said there by officials in Baghdad?
So, Darren, the only statement that we've gotten from government officials since all the events that have transpired over the course of last night into early this morning is that statement from the Civil Aviation Authority and the Ministry of Transportation stating that Iraqi airspace would be closed until 5:30 a.m. local time, which is in just about an hour from now. They also said that that could be extended depending upon the security situation going forward. What's interesting here is the fact that there's only been this one statement from any Iraqi government entity since all of this started really speaks to the fact that Iraq is in a bit of a bind right now. Iraq, of course, for the last 2 decades has been really stuck between Iran, which holds great influence in Iraq, as well as the United States. And this is a particularly fraught time, not just because of what's going on between Iran and Israel, but also because just yesterday, Iraqi Prime Minister Mohammed Shia al-Sudani left Iraq, left Baghdad, going to Washington, D.C., where he is scheduled to meet with U.S. President Joe Biden on Monday to discuss not only improving bilateral relations, but also to discuss trying to finalize a timeline for the withdrawal of U.S. forces in Iraq. That's something that more and more people and groups inside of Iraq have wanted to see for quite a while now, especially now when there's rising anti-U.S. sentiment. Now, the reason that there is rising anti-U.S. sentiment in Iraq is because in Iraq you have these groups that are under an umbrella group called the Islamic Resistance in Iraq. These are paramilitary groups, armed groups that are either linked to Iran or backed by Iran, these paramilitary proxy groups that operate within Iraq. And for the last several years, they have consistently targeted U.S. military assets and personnel inside Iraq and inside of Syria. In Iraq, you still have around 2,500 U.S. military personnel. In Syria, you have around 900. Now, just to give some context as to why things have been so tense recently, since October 7th, you had around 170 attacks by these groups that are affiliated with the Islamic Resistance in Iraq against U.S. assets in the region, all culminating in an attack that happened in late January by Kataib Hezbollah, a group under the framework of the Islamic Resistance in Iraq that targeted a U.S. base in Jordan and killed 3 U.S. military personnel. After that, you had retaliatory strikes by the U.S. on these groups, killing some of their commanders. And since early February, you had a sort of unofficial ceasefire that's taken place because there was pressure that was put on these groups not to try to expand the hostilities. They wanted to try to de-escalate tensions, and there haven't been attacks against U.S. military assets. So one of the questions going into yesterday evening, when it became clearer and clearer that Iran was going to launch these retaliatory strikes towards Israel, is would these paramilitary proxy groups inside of Iraq be participating in any of these attacks? Now, there is no official confirmation that that was the case. None of these groups have claimed responsibility that they partook in any of the attacks against Israel. There was only one statement by one leader of one of those groups who posted on social media that he was expressing support for the attacks against Iran. But the question has remained, Will these groups get involved going forward? Had they been involved in preparations of the attacks? These are all very big questions here, Iraq, at a very fraught time, and at a time really that couldn't be worse for the Prime Minister as he's heading into this meeting with Joe Biden. So it's all really showing you how tense the situation remains, how much of a bind that Iraq is in right now, and the fact, again, that we haven't heard anything official from Iraqi officials up until this point really bespeaks to the fact that they do feel caught between those two countries. Darren?
All right, Mohammed Jamjoom, live for us there in the Iraqi capital, Baghdad. Mohammed, thank you. Let's bring in again David DeRoche. He's an associate professor at the National Defense University, joins us live from Washington, D.C. David, so events have been happening thick and fast overnight. But let's just wrap things up and give us your response to Iran's retaliation. How surprised are you, first, that Iran used this unprecedented direct attack rather than its proxies? And do you think Iran calibrated its attack so as not to generate a huge response from Israel?
Well, I am surprised that they do it. What they did was they gave up a significant amount of strategic benefit by doing this, because, quite frankly, people were more afraid of Iran when it looked like they had the potential to cause serious damage. Now, the Iranian narrative, when people talk about the effectiveness of the military, is going to be, well, we held back. And I think there's going to be an element of doubt. Did you really hold back? We won't know if they held back or not for a few days. We're going to have to look at what was targeted and what damage was actually inflicted. My second point on this is that it appears as though, Iran did telegraph its punches considerably, that this is more of a demonstration than an attempt to, launch a fatal attack, because, as their UN ambassador pointed out, they want to basically let this be the end of it. I don't know if that's possible. The enemy gets a vote, we say in the Army, and you did too, Captain. But I think that what we find is that we'll look at it tomorrow. We'll see what's going on. I think the big loser here is that, and I'm not sure if Iran really calculated this, they took the focus now off Gaza. And so I think that the narrative is going to shift. And I think that the pressure that had been building on Israel to restrain from further actions in Gaza, that may have been lifted as a result of this attack.
Yeah, and let's just stay with Gaza for a second then, David. I mean, what do you think is going to happen now? If the focus has shifted from Gaza to Iran, Israel, what does that mean for the prosecution of the war in Gaza? And does that, because the pressure is off Netanyahu, does that then give them the green light to do whatever they want in Gaza?
Well, I think they can do, I think they will be able to do what they want, but not in the way they want to do it. So I think that their freedom of action will be somewhat limited, but I've come to the conclusion, and I could be wrong, that Netanyahu cannot survive unless he completely destroys the military infrastructure of Gaza. And in order to do that, he has to occupy Rafah. So I think that they will do that now. And I think that, perhaps the price will be Netanyahu will say, OK, we'll take this as the end of it rather than respond in kind to Iran, and then, finish his, I think, what he views as his strategic imperative to militarily destroy Hamas in Gaza.
We know from our White House correspondent, who we just spoke to just before you came to air, President Biden spoke to Prime Minister Netanyahu, I guess, to try and deconflict this crisis. They don't want it to spiral out of control, I guess. I mean, it's out of control already. But, I mean, how do you see the Israeli response playing out?
Well, it depends on what the damage is. I think that there is a strong possibility that the Israelis will feel that they have to respond in some symbolic way, that they can't allow a massive attack like this to go unanswered. However, when you look at what Israel has on its plate, it's quite possible that, the negotiations will go, with the United States, which doesn't want to see an expanded regional conflict. Okay, we're going to let this be that. There hasn't been serious damage, but we do have to achieve our strategic goals in Gaza. So I think that if it plays out like that, then this Iranian attack will ultimately have really backfired on their efforts to keep Israel restrained from its actions in Rafah.
Yeah, that's interesting. Just a final thought to you, David, before you go. It is easy, is it not, to focus on the events of tonight Iran's retaliation against Israel. Can we just ask, just talk through a final kind of geopolitical consideration here? What are the regional implications for things like oil productions, oil prices? I mean, it's not just the Red Sea, there's also the Persian Gulf. What does this mean then for global shipping, the oil market, which is very fickle, as you know?
Yeah, well, the quote I always say is "capital is a coward." So I think that we're likely to see, short-term hike in oil prices. I think that we're likely to see short-term increases in maritime shipping. We've, the story of the Israeli seizure of a cargo ship going to India has been completely lost. I'm sorry, the Iranian seizure has been completely lost in this. The kerfuffle there. But, the Persian Gulf is a safe place. And countries of the Persian Gulf, I think, are going to see that it is harder and more expensive to get goods in and out of there, at least in the short term.
All right, David DeRoche, Associate Professor at the National Defense University, live there from Washington, D.C. David, good to have you with us. We'll no doubt talk to you throughout the morning.
Thank you.
Now, Israeli Army spokesman Daniel Hagari says more than 200 drones and missiles were launched from Iran, the majority of which were intercepted.
Tonight, Iran launched a large scale of coordinated attack on Israel. The regime in Iran fired a massive swarm over 200 killer drones, cruise missiles, and ballistic missiles towards the state of Israel. Together with our allies and partners across the region, we are operating at this very moment to defend Israel from Iran's attack. So far, we have intercepted the vast majority of incoming missiles by Israeli systems. So far, we have intercepted and are continuing to intercept dozens of attack drones as well as cruise missiles and ballistic missiles outside of Israel's border. A number of Iranian missiles fell inside Israeli territory, causing minor damage to a military base with no casualties. Only one little girl has been hurt, and we hope she will be well. The Iranian attack is ongoing. Our plans are in the air. Tonight, wide-scale attack by Iran is a major escalation. Together with our allies and partners, we are operating at full force to defend the state of Israel and the people of Israel. We will continue to fulfill this mission.
So let's bring in Hassan Barari. He's a professor of international affairs at Qatar University. Hassan, good to have you back with us. OK, so as things stand at the moment, Hassan, let's just talk about where we are now. I mean, events have been moving thick and fast and very quickly. The Israelis have already downgraded their alert level. It seems that the threat, for now at least, is gone. We were thinking it could have been a multi-layered attack, a multifaceted attack. It seems like it could be a one and done. As our guests have been saying. What did you make of tonight's events?
I think there's a very important point that we have to remember all the time, that the Iranians have made their point. They sent the message to the Israelis and to the international community that they have the capability to strike in Israel. And they did that. And that's it for them, simply because they don't want to escalate this and probably things would snowball into a regional war, and this is not in the interest of the Iranian for the time being. So this is one thing. A second thing is that the Iranians are telling everyone around the world here, especially in this region, that everyone will pay a price if Israel retaliates. And they say that next time if Israel do anything, this would be even their attack would be really sharp, and this would implicate probably everyone in this part of the world. These two points are very important from the Iranian perspective. From the Israeli one, I think they're really maybe happy that the attack came the way it did, simply because it didn't cause any damage that would embarrass the Israeli leadership. But at the same time, they want to capitalize on it. They want to take advantage of that, either by putting a lot of pressure on Iran, and this entails a lot of also coordination with the United States. But at the same time, they want to have a trade-off with the Americans, that if you don't want us to retaliate, we need to have a free hand in Gaza.
So how do you think, or how do you see the Israeli response playing out then? I mean, this attack has happened. We're listening to Daniel Hagari, the Israeli spokesperson, saying that the threat is still there, even though they've lowered the alert level. We know that President Biden spoke to Netanyahu a short time ago to try and deconflict, to calibrate the response. So how do you see the Israeli response playing out?
You know, it remains to be seen. I can't really predict what the Israelis are going to do. Probably they do something, they're going to target some Iranian interest in Syria, in Lebanon, and maybe inside Iran. But it would be also calculated and measured simply because they don't want to provoke a regional war. But at the same time, the Israeli would be looking for two things. A, they want the Americans to give them the free hand or the green light to go into Rafah. But secondly, they want the international community to lower and probably tone down their critique of the Israeli conduct of the war. So they want to be seen as the victim.
Yes.
So all of a sudden, Israel was the underdog being attacked by a country that is probably 2,000 kilometers away for nothing. You know, for them it's unprovoked. And the fact that the condemnation that came from Western capitals like London and America, and also the Secretary General of the United Nations, it gives the Israeli the feeling that for the first time, you know, they are seen as a victim, and by this, they want to capitalize and try to realize their objectives in probably a way that would be received less critiques and even with impunity.
Yeah, and that's an important point you make, and it begs the question I've been asking our guests all night. So where does this leave the war on Gaza then? Because in dramatic fashion, the focus now has shifted away from Gaza. What happens now in terms of how the war is prosecuted and how the Israelis will then continue in Gaza, given the response we've seen tonight?
There's something about the mindset of the Israelis, and this is a collective mindset. So whenever they're attacked, they see that they have the right to do whatever they want to do. And now the focus now on Iran and Israel, probably this will give them a way to inflict more damage on Gazans, and they feel that now they are morally qualified to continue the war the way they want it to continue, with less criticism from anyone. I think we're going to see probably more escalation in Gaza.
And Hassan, there were, just a final thought to you before you go. I mean, there were serious strains in that relationship between President Biden and Netanyahu over the war on Gaza. Do you think now those differences, to some extent, will be put aside? In effect, Netanyahu has played a really clever card here, hasn't he?
Well, he has been playing really in a smart way. I mean, in one of his interviews, he was saying that he was the only one who would be able to manipulate the American president, and he has been doing this for a long time. There's something personal between both of them, but I mean, state-to-state relationship, I think the Americans still committed to the Israeli security. And the American president, he's not really happy with the way Israel is conducting the war, but he can't afford standing against Netanyahu and the Israeli government in a year of election in Israel, in America, sorry.
All right, Hassan Barari, really good to get your thoughts and your analysis. Thank you very much for staying with us all night, pretty much. So thank you for that. All right, let's get some diplomatic reaction now. The EU's foreign policy chief, Josep Borrell, released the following statement on X. He said the EU strongly condemns the unacceptable Iranian attack against Israel. This is an unprecedented escalation and a grave threat to regional security. The UK has been a firm supporter of Israel. The British Prime Minister, Rishi Sunak, has reacted by saying, "I condemn in the strongest terms the Iranian regime's attack against Israel." Iran has once again demonstrated that it is intent on sowing chaos in its own backyard. And the UK will continue to stand up for Israel's security and for all our regional partners, including Jordan and Iraq. Alongside our allies, we are urgently working to stabilize the situation and prevent further escalation. No one wants to see more bloodshed. Let's bring in Muin Rabbani. He's co-editor of Jadaliyya. He joins us from Montreal. Muin, I think it's the first we've spoken to you tonight. So then your response to this Iranian retaliation?
Well, I think we have to go back to the beginning of the Biden administration and two key decisions it made to understand what's unfolding today. The first is that it refused to simply rejoin the Iran nuclear agreement, which Trump had unilaterally renounced. And the second is its strategic neglect of the Palestine question in favor of Arab-Israeli normalization agreements. That would seek to marginalize the Palestinians. That set the stage for October 7th. After October 7th, the U.S. once again had a clear choice: either de-escalate or give Israel a free hand. And with every passing day, the possibility of regional escalation grew and indeed happened. And it is in that context that we are now seeing for the first time a state and a regular army, namely Iran, get directly involved in the current war. Biden has been saying don't to the Iranians, don't to Hezbollah, don't to the UN Security Council, don't to everyone except Israel. He now has a choice. He can either say don't to Israel, or we face the prospect of further escalation and potentially a full-scale regional war.
Muin, just remind our viewers, if you will, why Iran responded in this way. I mean, because Iran saw the Damascus attack as a direct assault on its territory, on its sovereignty. Do they have no option but to respond in this way?
Well, it's not only that Iran saw it as a direct attack on its sovereign territory. It was, in fact, and in law, a direct attack on sovereign Iranian territory. And the Iranians, for the first time in their 30-year so-called shadow war with Israel, decided to respond directly from Iranian territory against Israeli territory in order to, from their perspective, deter further such Israeli attacks. And I think, you know, the rules of the game have essentially been changed, that Iran has indicated that from now on, it will respond to every Israeli attack on Iran with a direct attack on Israel.
What about, Muin, the duplicity here? I mean, the Americans, the Security Council, didn't even apologize. In fact, Iran said if the Security Council had acknowledged and apologized, then this wouldn't have happened. But nobody apologized.
Well, that's a key point. The Iranians took their case to the United Nations Security Council in what is an unambiguous, crystal clear violation of international law and of the Vienna Convention and so on. The United States not only failed to condemn Israel for its attack on the Iranian consulate in Damascus, it blocked a condemnation of that attack by the United Nations Security Council, I think in league with the United Kingdom and perhaps France as well, and then went out of its way to say it stands shoulder to shoulder with Israel. And essentially, whatever one may think of what Iran has done tonight, it left Iran with no choice but to respond, because it couldn't point to any other measures that were taken in response to the Israeli attack in Damascus.
Just a final thought to you in terms of the United States. So the US has said all along that it didn't want to get dragged into a wider war in the Middle East. It never wanted an escalation over and above Gaza. But events pretty much have overtaken the US. How now, then, is the US involved in any potential widening of the conflict or any deconfliction of the conflict?
Well, that's, I think, the contradiction in U.S. policy, that the United States has, from the outset, been very clear that it does not want further regional escalation. But it has, at the same time, essentially given Israel a green light to continue escalating regionally, and only directed its message at others. And more importantly, now again, it stands before a clear choice, because this is all tied directly to Israel's genocidal onslaught in the Gaza Strip. And so long as the United States refuses to say don't to Israel and end that, the possibility of further regional escalation, which the U.S. consistently says it is trying to prevent, becomes very real.
All right, Muin Rabbani, they're live from Montreal. Muin, always good to have you with us on Al Jazeera. Thank you very much indeed for your analysis. Well, for our viewers who are just joining us here on Al Jazeera, we're continuing our special coverage of Iran's retaliatory attack on Israel. It's just coming up to 0200 GMT, just shy of 0200. Let's continue, because after days of threats, Iran has launched its retaliatory attack on Israel. The Israelis say more than 200 drones, ballistic and cruise missiles were launched at the country, the majority of which were intercepted. Air raid sirens sounded in more than 720 locations for hours overnight, and rockets were intercepted across the country. Tehran says the strikes are in response to Israel's bombing of the Iranian consulate in Syria. Israel's military has told residents the attack is now over.
Together with our allies and partners across the region, we are operating at this very moment to defend Israel from Iran's attack. So far, we have intercepted the vast majority of incoming missiles by Israeli systems. So far, we have intercepted and are continuing to intercept dozens of attack drones as well as cruise missiles and ballistic missiles outside of Israel's border. A number of Iranian missiles fell inside Israeli territory, causing minor damage to a military base with no casualties. Only one little girl has been hurt, and we hope she will be well.
Al Jazeera's Rory Challenge joins us live now again from occupied East Jerusalem. Rory, so we've seen you take off your flak jacket and your helmet. That underscores the fact that Israeli security authorities have lifted the alert, meaning residents no longer need to take shelter.
Yeah, exactly. That update that we heard there from Daniel Hagari, that was a couple of hours ago now. And although he said in that update that this threat wasn't over yet, that there were still Israeli planes up in the sky shooting down Iranian drones outside of Israeli airspace, since then, the Home Front Command has downgraded the threat for civilians in the country, basically telling them that they no longer have to be near shelters or strong rooms, etc. So that gives an indication that the Israelis believe that, for the moment at least, the worst of this has passed. And I think, I've been saying for much of the night, Darren, that this was a test, what Israel was going through at the moment. It was a test for its air defense system, that layered system, which it hoped was going to protect it from what Iran threw at it. And by and large, it did. Now, it had plenty of help. It had help from the United States, it had help from the UK and France, and also help from Arab countries like Jordan, and shooting down many of those drones before they actually got to Israel. But the damage inside Israel has been minimal, from what we understand from Daniel Hagari. Most of the 200 plus drones and missiles were intercepted. There is just, as the Israelis say, a small amount of damage to a southern airbase and maybe a couple of casualties, but no confirmed fatalities. So having said all that, there is another test for Israel. The test is what they do in response, because as we have been hearing from some of the analysts that you've been speaking to this evening, Darren, they've been saying that this attack on Israel was carefully calibrated by Iran, calibrated to make a point, but not to do so much damage that it escalates the situation. So now it's Israel's turn to think very carefully about what it does and how much escalation it is willing to tolerate. Now, we know that Benjamin Netanyahu, in the last hour or so, has been on the phone to Joe Biden, the US president, and we can have a guess at what that conversation entailed. Of course, it's going to be about what Israel should be doing next and whether the United States thinks that it should be left right here and everyone should accept this as being concluded and calm down again.
Rory, for our viewers who are just joining Al Jazeera now at just gone 0200 GMT and who want to catch up on the night's events, Rory, remind us again of how the night unfolded and the lead up to this Iranian strike.
Well, the lead-up had been going on for 10 days or so, ever since Iran said that it was going to respond, was going to retaliate, was going to strike Israel for that April the 1st strike on a Damascus compound that held Iranian diplomatic facilities, consulates, etc., and then killing a significant number of top military personnel, Iranian military personnel. So Israel has been preparing for what might come for some time now. It had been calling up reservists, it had been cancelling leave, it had been jamming GPS, it had been preparing its own consulates and embassies around the world for some sort of strike. But the most likely thing that it was going to suffer was an aerial attack from from Iran involving drones and missiles. Exactly what we saw play out this evening. So once we had that confirmation that drones were on the way, well, we knew that we were in the real situation. And a few hours after we were told that drones were incoming, we also understood that Israeli planes were up in the sky, that American planes were up in the sky, that electronic warfare was being used, trying to intercept these drones before they arrived. But they didn't get all of them. And for about 10 minutes, a few hours ago, the sky behind me was lit up with interceptors streaking up into the sky from batteries on the ground, taking out whatever they were up there. You couldn't tell from the ground whether they were drones or missiles or whatever, but it was like a rain of flares coming down with bits of debris and fragments and whatnot coming down out of the sky. So the sirens were going on, and Israelis were being told to go to the nearest shelters as soon as they could. It didn't last long. It lasted about 10-15 minutes, and then it was quiet again. And it wasn't long after that before you got the impression that perhaps the danger was over now.
Yeah, and Israelis, Rory, just a final thought to you. Israelis must be breathing at least some sighs of relief. What is the Israeli public being told now about what happened, and how are they being prepared for this, for this Iranian attack?
Well, there are still restrictions in place. So the indication that came late in the evening last night that things were reaching a crescendo was the announcement that groups or gatherings of people over 1,000 strong were banned, were outlawed. That actually brought a demonstration, an anti-government demonstration that was going on in Tel Aviv to a premature close. They were also told that for 2 days at least, schools, universities, daycare for kindergarten kids, any kind of school camp, all kind of educational endeavours, those were basically shut down. So it was all going to be done online through Zoom and online learning. Those restrictions are still in place. So it doesn't matter that things seem to have calmed down and are over. There is still a threat perception in this country. And yes, the worst may be behind, but there is still the perception that there could be a flare-up again, and this might not actually all be over.
Yeah, Rory Challen's live for us there from occupied East Jerusalem. Rory, thank you. Al Jazeera's Hamda Sloot has more now from Tel Aviv.
The Israelis have said that this is not over. There were initial reports in the evening of a second and third wave of fleets of drones that were also launched. The Israeli Iron Dome missile defense system, the David Sling, the Arrow, all of them in use this evening, but primarily across the occupied territories. We saw in occupied East Jerusalem, where our colleague Rory Challenge was, where the sirens were blaring out, but the sirens, in fact, were all over Israel, and the explosions and interceptions within the sky were quite prominent everywhere you look. Now, Israeli planes are also buzzing and roaring overhead, and that's because the Israeli Army spokesperson, Daniel Hagari, had said that there will be multiple types of mechanisms that they will use for air defense, and that includes fighter jets. But it was interesting to see some of these interceptors and some of these drones and missiles potentially coming in from all different directions, some of them coming in from the